Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Women in Technology Giving Tuesday event. We are so excited to be here. I'm Penny Collins, and I'm the WIT President and CEO.
And I'm Patty Dismukes. I'm the WIT Board President. We're at the V-Link Studios in Marietta, Georgia today, and we're going to be sharing throughout the day so many wonderful things about WIT and our programs. Our goal for today is to raise $20,000, so we're going to really count on everyone to help us meet that goal. The purpose of WIT is really to support girls and women from the classroom to the boardroom in STEAM careers. And we're going to share with you throughout the day a lot of information about our programs that we help to do that.
Excellent. I'm excited to be here. Aren't you?
I'm excited. It's going to be a great day.
It's going to be a great day. And we've got, our goal, as Patty mentioned, is $20,000 that we're trying to raise. As you will see on each of your screens, there's a QR code. Just get your camera up there, scan that little thing, and you'll be sent right to our giving platform, and you'll be able to donate that way. And every dollar raised will go towards our programs of supporting young women and women in their careers in technology. But more importantly, it's about also getting women into technology, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that later.
Exactly.
So we're joined today with two phenomenal leaders in our community. And I want to go ahead and start the introductions. And Marcia, I'd like to kick off with you. Can you introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you, Penny. I'm Marcia Collegia-Matsko. I'm the CIO and VP at Avanos Medical in Alpharetta, Georgia.
Good morning. I'm Flor St. Fleur. I am one of the market leaders here in the Southeast with Google Cloud.
I'm just so excited to have both of you here today. So let's just start out with some discussion questions, okay? Because you guys are at the top of your game in your company. So what do you believe are the top issues that really keep us from having gender, equality in our companies today?
I think part of it is the lack of women in our STEAM careers, first of all, and then also the lack of leadership, women leadership in STEAM careers. I think, especially with the amount of young women, young professionals getting into these careers, it's really important for them to have good mentors to help them get into those leadership positions. And I think, WIT provides that framework for young women to help them get into leadership. So I think that really does help that inequality and that balance as women move into the workforce.
Well, I totally agree with you. In addition to that, I would say that lack of sponsorship. I think a lot of times we women, we think of we need mentors, but we're not thinking about sponsorship. And it's a concept that was introduced to me, I would say not late in my career, but I did not know that you needed a sponsor. I think as we elevate women, as we're making opportunities available for women, also identifying the right sponsor to help them is very important.
One thing I even add to that is I think every woman needs to have their own board of directors.
Yes.
Because and surround yourself
Yes.
with people who care about you, who have only your best interest, and are going to be honest with you.
Yes.
Right? And give
Yep.
you great feedback. So I think that's another thing that goes with sponsorship.
That's a key point, too, is actually having a sponsor that is honest with you. And a lot of times, women, in general, we always like to be nice and say the nice things, but sometimes you really need somebody to give you that honest feedback to help you grow.
Well, and I think you need to be honest about asking for it as well. So I think women are sometimes hesitant about asking for feedback and having that sponsor or even that mentor available so that you can ask those questions. How did I do in this meeting? How did I do with presenting? And have them give you feedback so that you can continue to grow in your career.
And not be offended by the feedback.
Right.
Exactly. Exactly. And do you
Yeah.
find that a lot of times that some of the strongest mentors that a person can have, a woman can have, is one that is completely opposite of them? Opposite in
Yeah.
personality,
Yes.
opposite in
Yes.
approach.
Yes.
And what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll speak from experience. A lot of time we tend to gravitate toward people that just like you, think like you. But having a different perspective, like I've had mentors and sponsors in the past and still in the present that bring me such a diverse perspective on how I should see my next step. And not having that perspective, I think, kind of puts you in a disadvantaged position because you're always talking to somebody like you. So yes, I would agree with you.
It stretches us.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to have as a mentor, because I've mentored several programs at WIT, and I learn as much, I think, as much from the mentee as I, I think as they do learning from me. And so I think it's just as important to have even somebody outside of your industry, but also even a mentee that might not be, in the same career path that you are in. I think you learn a lot both ways.
I agree.
It's having all the different perspectives,
Yes.
right? I like
Yes.
that that's one of the things I love about WIT is
Yeah.
we go from, girls in middle school and think of the age difference and the perception all the way up through women who are going through board readiness. We all have a different, path
Yep.
they've gone on. And so if you want to learn and listen, I mean, this organization really gives you that great insight to a lot of
Definitely.
different levels.
I
Definitely.
agree. Well, let's shift a little bit and let's talk about women in the workplace and let's talk about work-life balance. Right now, I think we have all learned, I know everyone's been talking about this, during this time of COVID, that women are doing even more than we've done in the past. Do you think companies are now understanding that women need more of that work-life balance and that we can be just as productive working at home
Yes.
and have more flexible hours? Do you think companies are realizing that and starting to adopt that kind of framework?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think one good thing that has come out of COVID is the companies, their ability to see the flexibility that their employees can do in an environment that's challenging. It depends on the, if it's an 8 to 5 and the hours are 8 to 5, there's going to be some constraints on flexibility. But I think for the most part, I think companies, they've learned, there's performance indicators that can say, can determine how that employee is performing, even if they're working early morning hours or late afternoon hours. They're going to get the work done.
I agree.
And, I can speak from experience because I have a 1-year-old at home. And not having that flexibility, I don't know how I would have made it through COVID and even, in the last year. And I'm happy to work for an organization that actually supports that. And to your point, Marcia, it has proven that it does work, right? We can work from home. Now, not every job, let's just be honest, not every job that you can actually do at home, right?
True.
But having that flexibility there, I think it's enormous for mothers. And also, that the work will get done no matter what.
Right.
So,
I agree. I mean, we have that right with our daughters. I
Right.
mean,
I think that's exactly right. It's the ability, we have a lot on our plate always, right? But I think the one thing about women is we always get the job done.
Exactly.
And we're the ones
We
who
do.
put in the late
Somehow.
nights. We get the job done. And I think, taking on the constraints of just having, family, kids, everything there, we balance it.
Yes.
So it's really a balancing act,
It
but we
is.
do that well.
Yes, we do.
do that.
Yes.
So let me ask you about, the other thing that has kind of come out of this is the great resignation. And women have been the ones who've really dropped out of the workforce. Over 2 million, I think is the number.
Yes.
They're going to come back in at some point. So, kind of what's your advice? What's your company thinking about in ways that you can, encourage women, especially to come back into the workforce?
Well, I can tell you, with my company, we are making adjustments. We also making it available to women, not just women, everyone, to have the flexibility, depends on the role that you're in, to either continue to work from home or, to come to the office as much as you actually can. So it is important that we welcome those women back to the workforce. As we know, having a diverse workforce means that you'll be more profitable. And so I believe that the path that we're taking today, given what happened with COVID, more companies are starting to do more to make sure that women are getting what they need to get the work done.
Agreed. Yeah, and I think with the Great Resignation, I think it's a positive as well because it's it's allowed employees, it's allowed women and men to really evaluate their careers and figure out what, what makes them happy, what makes them, what challenges them. And I think they're reevaluating their careers, and it's good for companies because they're getting people, I think, they're getting people that that really want to work for them, and that people, maybe that company wasn't the right thing, they're moving on, which is okay.
I love the fact that you said it's a positive, because I agree too. So let me ask you a question. What role do you think WIT can play in helping with all of this?
I think it plays a big role at all levels. I think from and from personal experience, from the point that young women in high school just figuring out what careers they want to get into, helping them, from a career pathing perspective, all the way through to young pros, to single mothers. I mean, from a mentoring, from a volunteering perspective, WIT has so many programs that can help young women and women that are coming back into the workforce to figure out, kind of guide them from a mentorship perspective, and even just having other people, that are having the same challenges to talk to. I mean, I think WIT provides that phenomenal platform for women coming back into the workplace or going into the workforce.
One thing too, it's going to come later, so everyone stay tuned to this afternoon, because Patty and I have a phenomenal announcement about a new program that we're implementing to help get women back into the workforce, but into technology. So more to come on that, but love to get your thoughts
So
on that.
I think you just stole my thought for a second. Not necessarily, I didn't know that's what you were going to say, but I think WIT is doing a phenomenal job already. Just what you just did with the single mothers. As those women, as they are coming back to the workforce, they're going to need a platform to actually advocate for them, right? Where they can leverage. They're going to need new skill sets. Because COVID, because of what happened, it has created a lot of new jobs, and that requires new skill sets. So the things that you guys are doing, or ladies, I should say, I think by making more of these and by people donating to make these even more prominent for those women to be afforded that opportunity to actually get those skill sets.
That's back to what Patty was saying as far as what WIT's mission is. It is absolutely to support women at all levels, and no matter where you are in your journey. I mean, we want to meet you where you are and have a program and events happening that allow you to grow, allow you to connect, allow you to network. And that's why, for everyone's watching, that's why it's so important that you donate. I mean, we cannot continue to support and the women that we support in our community. We can't continue to serve if we are not able to raise the funds to allow us to have these innovative programs. So please scan that QR code and help us to continue to grow within our communities.
And I think the thing we try to do is, have that servant leadership mentality, right?
Yes.
We listen to our sponsors, to our community, and we try to create programs that really are a response to the needs of our community. So I'm really proud of the fact that, we're here to serve, we're here to help, we're here to support, and we take that seriously in every single program we have. And, to be able to have executives like both of you, come and be part of this and to share what it does for you, I think only encourages those young girls or young women who are watching to say yes, because you're who, we have to have people who give us the examples of what we want to be, and so both of you are that for a lot of people.
Oh, I
We
agree.
appreciate that so much.
So how much, how much do you believe WIT is doing for the women in our communities right now?
Oh my gosh, so much, so much. So, personally, I've volunteered, this is my second year in the WIT Single Mothers program, and that program has changed the lives of those women. I mean, it literally has changed their lives. They are with companies that, big name companies, right, in Atlanta, that have hired these women with cybersecurity, experience in terms of education, given them the opportunity to take on new jobs, and it has changed their lives. And so I I can't say enough about what WIT does for women in the community. I cannot. So please, please scan the QR code. WIT does so much for our women, and thank you.
Thank
for what you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, absolutely. And you know what? I want to see more of those women on stage.
Yes.
When I
Yes.
attended the event earlier, I was so touched and really motivates me to do more because it takes one woman at a time to actually make an impact. So please donate.
And you know what they say, when you impact the life of one woman,
Yes.
you're actually impacting 6 or more families.
Oh my God.
Because of the presence that a woman has within her family, within her friends, and within her community. And so every woman that we can help, we're serving more and more and more. And so we're so grateful for your guys' support and for everything you do to just invest and just dive into the programs that we have. So thank you.
Right. And, we just, we're excited about the future, and we're going to be sharing a lot of that today, throughout the day, but we're very excited about our Single Mothers Program. Second class is going on right now, so we'll have 20 more coming out soon. So that we're very, very proud of the program.
Outstanding.
So we want to encourage everyone to continue giving. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be back at 10, and we're going to be listening to one of our young professionals and her parents talk about how WIT has had an impact on their lives. But as we close out this segment, we're going to share with you a brief video that was on Lifetime on the Balancing Act with Montel Williams.
Montel Williams.
And we enjoyed that. It's a great message, so we hope you enjoy, and we'll see you back at 10.
See you soon.
It's always great to see communities coming together. Check this out.
Today, we're learning about an organization that's empowering girls and women to excel in science, technology, engineering, the arts, and math, or STEAM, for more than 29 years. They're also helping single mothers to start a new future for themselves. This might just be what you or someone you know needs.
Well, Women in Technology, or WIT, is a great organization that's really all about supporting girls and women. Our tagline is, we support girls and women from the classroom to the boardroom, and we have programs in between that support wherever you're at in your career. It's important to engage girls and women in the STEAM conversation because we have to help each other imagine what a career could look like. Because when you say STEAM, it covers a lot of different territories and a lot of opportunities.
Having diversity of thought, diversity of leadership is crucial because that drives innovation. Women just think differently than men. So having that diverse perspective, that diverse way of thinking around that leadership table helps companies approach problems and solve problems in a different and more creative way.
Their Single Mothers program is changing lives for the better.
We are changing lives by offering to these single mothers the opportunity to change their own lives by obtaining a certification in cybersecurity and information security from one of Georgia's most prestigious universities. Also, for those that graduate, we will place them in jobs where they are able to have a potential of making more than $55,000 a year.
There's no fees to join our program because we believe we want to open it to a wide audience.
WIT has worked hard to remove barriers to help the mother thrive and succeed as she is going through the WIT journey. We offer for free childcare services, transportation services, time management courses, corporate etiquette courses, financial literacy courses, health courses, many, many other services to help the mother succeed.
The women that we chose to be in this first course were just so determined to be successful. We actually had one mother during that time that became homeless, but she was so determined to make this a priority, and you couldn't miss a class.
What everybody didn't know, and I kind of did let one of my professors know to a certain extent, but what no one knew is I actually was evicted. And so sometimes during the class, I was actually sitting in my car with headphones on my little hotspot on my cell phone, completing the program.
With many of their graduates earning more than $50,000 per year, they're literally investing in the community.
So the thing that's so wonderful about this program is we're helping underserved moms go from making less than $35,000 a year to $50,000, $60,000, $75,000 a year. That's life-changing, and that's going to change the trajectory of their life and their children forever. And they can always work in technology now.
They are able to pay their bills. They have benefits, and they're able to care for their children. So it has completely changed their lives. We have a 2-generational impact. We are changing the lives of the mothers, and we're also changing the lives of their children. To sign up, all you need to do is go to our website, mywit.org. Go to the page called Community Outreach, and there you'll find everything you need to know about the Single Mothers Program, as well as how to become a partner of WIT.
So we would like to encourage any single mother who's interested in this program to really check us out. Think about joining it. It's not easy, but it's very rewarding.
For more information about women in technology and their Single Mothers Program, visit mywit.org or go to our website, thebalancingact.com.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Women in Technology's Giving Tuesday event. I'm Penny Collins. I'm the Women in Technology CEO and President.
And I'm Patty Dismukes. I'm the WIT Board President. We're so glad to be here today at the V-Link studio in Marietta. And throughout the day, we're going to be coming to you live to share information about WIT, our programs, and please remember the way you can give.
Exactly. So our goal today is we would love to raise $20,000 that will allow us to develop the innovative programs that we need to help our underserved girls that are in middle school and high school, as well as continue to develop our Single Mothers program. So
Yes.
Patty, are you excited about that?
I'm so excited, and I know we're going to hit our goal today because that's what we do in WIT and with our sponsors in our community. So stay tuned throughout the day. We will be back live at 10 o'clock with another special segment, but please remember to give. $20,000 our goal. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. And don't forget, all throughout the afternoon, we're going to have different segments talking to different leaders within our community about how WIT is serving the community. So we look forward to seeing you then.
You don't want to miss it. Bye.
Bye.
So we are so excited to have you as a finalist here with us for the $10,000 scholarship presented by State Farm and Cox. So my first question for you is, how would winning this scholarship help you?
So winning this scholarship for me would show my dedication to the field of technology and also dedication to WIT itself. I started here at WIT as WIT Girls, and I'll be moving into WIT Campus and also their new event, WIT Pros. So I think winning this award would truly show my dedication to the field of technology and computer science.
So we know that WIT always receives a lot of nominations every year, in particular this award. How does it feel to be one of the last girls standing for this award, and what does that mean to you?
So to be a finalist and be here being the last one standing, it's truly a blessing and an honor to be here. It truly shows that my passion for technology and the pathway that I chose was the right choice, that this is a pathway that I want to lead and this is the pathway that I want to continue.
What is that sound?
Oh. Are you guys singing this as well?
This is weird.
Huh.
What is that bag?
Sandy, do me a favor. You want to go see what that bag is? This is so weird. I apologize. Is this for me? Oh, I think this is for you.
Oh my god, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Such a wonderful bag.
Yeah.
Should I take it out?
Yeah, take it out. See what it is.
Wow.
We just want to say congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much.
You are the State Farm and Cox 2020 Girl of the Year and winner of the $10,000 scholarship.
Thank you so much.
You are welcome. You're an incredible young lady. Your future is so bright, and we wanted to make sure that you know that. So congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you to all of you.
Yeah, you want anything you want to say, you can say.
To Cox and to State Farm and to all the people who supported me, thank you so much for helping me and guiding me through my high school and for my future years also. Thank you.
On behalf of State Farm, I would like to congratulate you on being the 2020 WIT Girl of the Year and recipient of the State Farm Scholarship. We are proud to be a Women in Technology Strategic Alliance partner as we work together to empower women and girls to excel in STEAM fields. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Julianne Taft, co-chair of the WIT Awards and senior manager of product program management at Cox Communications, a division of Cox Enterprises. On behalf of all of us at Cox, we are thrilled to partner with WIT and celebrate our Girl of the Year and Campus Student of the Year scholarship recipients. We are so inspired by both of you and your gifts of curiosity, innovative thinking, and passion for exploration and growth that will make our world a better place. We are so proud of you. Congratulations.
Our sponsors have given our students an incredible gift. Those donations and all of the field trips that they get to take, all of the professional panels they get to listen to, all of the interview, mock practice, and those sorts of things that they get to do. Those donations support all of that, and they support this scholarship. And next year, at the beginning of the school year, when we get back to campus, everyone at WIT at Georgia Southern is going to learn that Anna won this scholarship. And when they look at Anna, they see someone that has a bit of themselves. They can see themselves in Anna, and they start thinking, hey, if she can do this, I can do this. It gives them the gift of belief in themselves, which is phenomenal.
My name is Ana Madi. I'm an international student from Tegucigalpa, Honduras. I'm currently a rising junior, and I'm a student at Georgia Southern University pursuing a degree in mechanical engineering. As an international student, I came here to the States after living 18 years in a different country. I came here by myself, and there was a lot of struggles that we had to go through as a family, me and my parents. I'm an only child. So me and my parents had a lot of issues, like trying to come here, trying to afford it, obviously, and trying to get myself out there. This opportunity was something like a once in a lifetime opportunity. So when I came here, I had the mentality that I had to take every single opportunity that I got, and I had to make the best out of every situation I was in. So struggles with like culture shocks and everything that I went through in class, my mind was always like, I always thought about my family and what it meant to them. To the sponsors that gave me the scholarship, I want to thank you from the very bottom of my heart. You have no idea how much this means to me and to my family. It brings about so many opportunities. And the fact that I was awarded this without like having personal contact with them, it just shows that my work so far, it has been worthy enough to be given this honor. So I really, it just motivates me to keep pushing forward and keep working hard. To my parents, this comes from the very bottom of my heart. I know that we've gone through a lot of struggles. Sorry, I'm getting a little teared up. We've gone through a lot of struggles together, but everything I do it thinking about you guys, and you're the most important part of my life. I never forget you, even if I don't talk with you guys every single day. I always keep you guys in mind, and I really just want to make you guys proud and give everything you've given to me. I want to give it back to you. And I couldn't ask for better parents, honestly.
Hello, everyone. It's Katie Sowers here, offensive assistant coach for the San Francisco 49ers. I just wanted to send you all a message to encourage you to donate to an amazing cause, something that I truly believe in. WIT, Women in Technology, empowers and educates women to pursue careers in IT, which, as you guys know, is heavily dominated by men right now. Just like the current career field that I am as an NFL coach. So this fundraiser will help to offer IT education for free to girls in school so that they can have opportunities to pursue their dreams of IT. Hopefully you guys are moved by this cause. Hopefully you choose to donate to this cause to help open the door for more girls and women to enter such an amazing field. Thank you guys for your donation, and let's continue to change the world. We'll see you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Women in Technology's Giving Tuesday event. We're so thrilled that everyone is with us. We're looking at all of our LinkedIn posts. We have people visiting us from Nigeria, South America, Israel, Greece, and it is just so humbling, so incredibly humbling to see the impact that we're having and to see the community coming together, the community of women. And what we're trying to do is really support each other, develop our community, and try to get more women in the technology spectrum. I am so excited about this segment, but before I get there, I want to remind everybody that we have a goal of raising $20,000 for Giving Tuesday. And our hopes are that we get as much as we possibly can. You've already given so much throughout the year. We've had just a phenomenal year. But we would like even more so that we can continue to provide the programming and all of the programs and events that we have throughout the year. We need to get more innovative, and we can do that with your help. So please continue to give. You'll see the QR code on your screen. Just scan that, and it will take you to our platform where you will be able to donate whatever amount, even $1. Anything that you can give does go a long way with our community. So I'm super excited about this segment. I get to spend the next segment with the Van Ellison family. And I would like first to kick it off. Angel, please introduce yourself.
Well, hello, Internet, and all the WIT supporters. My name is Angel Van Ellison. I am a software engineer and a UX designer at Pfizer.
And we are joined by her lovely parents. If you can introduce yourselves for us.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jacqueline Van Ellison, the proud mother of Angel Van Ellison and Madeline Van Ellison.
And my name is Frank Van Ellison. I'm Angel's father, and I'm just pleased to be here. I wouldn't be any other place but here right now. So, thank you.
You guys are just the most incredible family, and I'm just so blessed to be here talking with you. And so we're going to kick out this conversation, Angel. First, I want to ask you a question. So, how did you first learn about WIT, and how did you get involved with WIT?
Well, I would say it's not as perfect as you would think, just because I'm so involved now. When I first got into college, I wasn't really involved in extracurricular activities. I wasn't going for any leadership roles in clubs. I was just kind of having fun and making good grades. But I would say the end of my sophomore year, I would keep seeing this flyer for women in technology. But I just didn't take it seriously at the time, because I was like, what is this club really about? So the first 2 times they had meetings, I would just walk right past the room. I was actually in the IT building. Then the 3rd time, I just stumbled in halfway through the meeting, and immediately within 5 minutes, I knew where I was supposed to be for the rest of my college career. And if they had something after college, I need to be involved with that. So I was surrounded with girls that knew what I felt when I was in a classroom, and I didn't want to raise my hand and ask a question and sound stupid. Like, the insecurities I had, everybody understood. These were girls I could work with, my homework with, and go hang out with, and learn new programming languages with. We just had fun. And that's what college is for. But I don't know where I would be without stumbling in that room. It led to me becoming vice president and president. That was my first time being in a leadership role in college, and being able to develop as a leader and learn. And I'm just so grateful for those ladies. Being able to attend conferences and go to those opening and closing events in Atlanta with Microsoft, Mercedes-Benz twice, big companies, and then winning the scholarship twice. Shout out to Pfizer and First Data, because I now work there now as a software engineer after starting as an intern. So very much so grateful for just stumbling in there. And I encourage anyone in college, if you don't have a WIT campus chapter, start one. Like, literally, come to Penny. She'll help you.
Yes, I will.
So that's how I found WIT.
And so you went to Georgia Southern.
The best college in Georgia.
I just agree. I love Georgia Southern. But walk me through, like, when you talked about being the president. So you were the president over the WIT club that was at Georgia Southern. So walk us through that. What does that mean?
Everything. I really think I developed as a person. I always thought, like, I was president of clubs in high school because my parents always encouraged me to be active. But I think WIT just activated something for me. And the moment that Alexa's on stage receiving her $5,000 scholarship, I remember meeting her at one of our club meetings and her asking what WIT was for the first time. And it's moments like that, like her on that stage, for me, that's like, this is what I want to do as a leader. I want to help other people. And when you're 18, 19, you don't really know a lot. You're like, how can I make an impact in the world? WIT gave me that. So being president allowed me to take what little my parents gave me, because not everybody has parents like that, you know, pour into you like that, and went to college and could give you experiences. So I just did everything I could to take what you taught, and everyone in WIT, the volunteers, shout out to all the volunteers that were my mentors, and I just tried to spread it around. And that's why it grew, and that's why it was over 100, and we were going to hackathons and have our own hackathon. It was all of us. So as a leader, I just tried to help other people be leaders too.
It's amazing. Jacqueline, you know, you and your husband have been so involved in Angel's journey, but I would like to understand from your perspective as a mom, how has WIT impacted Angel and impacted your family?
Well, I think she said a mouthful when she was speaking. It's a blessing to have an organization and a group of people to support you and pour into you, because you're a product of your environment. And WIT really provided an environment of growth for women. Because I can remember the time Angel called me and she was in a class, and I think it was maybe like 65 students, and she was the only female. And I was like, okay, we have taught that you could encounter these things. And you can talk to your children, you can pour into them, but when they get in there, it's a different ball game. So I was just blessed for her to have WIT and have a group of people, as she said earlier, who understood her journey, who understood she was going through, because I definitely never could be a major in what she's been majoring in. But I was thankful that she had someone there and a group of people to support her. And when she really got involved with WIT, I saw a change in her. I saw her leadership skills really step up, being responsible. I mean, being able to talk to companies like Mozilla and have a person to travel all the way up from, I think it was in California, to come in. And I think she was only a junior, doing that. And I was like, what an experience that she gets to learn how to network, how to communicate. Speaking for the scholarship banquets in front of a room of, oh my gosh, I don't know how many people from various companies representing her chapter, representing WIT. That's empowering for a person. That builds your self-esteem. Then it opened doors for us. We got to be a part of all of this and be in the room and all this energy. And it was just amazing. This is an example. Sitting here today is because of WIT. Because of what WIT did with Angel and the opportunities that it opened, it gave us an opportunity to be a part of WIT too. We're unofficial members in a way. So we're the family. You're part of our family. Weekend, if Penny puts something up or someone from WIT, I always like it. I always like it because I was like, these are wonderful women. And I always tell Penny, thank you for taking care of my baby. Thank you for doing that, because you're more than just a leader. You're a role model, and you empower these young women. And I thank God for that. Even the conversation we had before a few minutes ago, that really touched me, that because of you, and you breed leaders. That's another thing WIT does. It breeds leaders, and we need that today. We need that in our young women. And so this, her being a part of this impacted her, it impacted us. I find myself even trying to dabble into trying to learn a little bit, of the technology. So it's an organization that, as we have already said, it's a movement, but it moves young ladies in the right direction, especially pursuing a career in STEM.
Whew. So, you always move me. Speaking of which, Frank, I have my next questions for you. Back in 2019, we asked you to come speak, you and Angel to come speak at the event. And you pretty much took over the whole entire show. Yeah. Everybody was commenting on you and the impact that you had, but there was something that you said that resonated with everybody. And it just took a life of its own, where everyone was, texting it, they were putting in their social media post, and you said, WIT is a movement. What did you mean by that?
Well, first I'd like to say thank you for even allowing the Van Ellison family to be a part of that event. That was a special night, and that memory will always have its place in our hearts. We'll never forget it. When I got that opportunity to speak, anybody that knows me, I'm a low-key kind of guy. Don't say too much, So my daughter wanted me to do it, so I did it. And I didn't think I possessed the words, or did the words really exist to truly tell how it impacted our lives. But when I started writing my speech, I struggled at first. And then, I just started talking about how I felt. And the words just came out. WIT is just not an organization, it's a movement. Now, when I said it, it didn't just go wow. It was like it already existed. I didn't really get any really emotion from it. So it wasn't until I stood on that stage with that young lady on that night with that crowd. And when I said it, I couldn't even see anybody in the crowd. I just felt it. And I said, what did I just say? And when it was over and people was coming up to me saying, you know what you said? Even the ladies, I think we was at Delta was sitting at the table with us, some ladies from Delta, and they said, when you said that, and it's really because it truly existed. You know, when you look at other movements like the civil rights movement, women's suffrage movement, these are movements that they stand the test of time. They're continuous. So look at WIT today, 2021. It's one thing to get more women into the technology field, but now you got to create that environment that's conducive for their growth, their development in a level playing field. So Penny, Angel, the rest of WIT, roll up your sleeves. The heavy lifting has just begun, because this is something right here it's going to be going on forever. I mean, because it's something that's real. We shouldn't have to have this, but hey, it's here, and I'm confident. That room was full of a lot of people with the same emotional and the same momentum. So I might have been the vehicle, but it was given to me by all the members of WIT.
Absolutely amazing. You know, and Jack, and we were just talking about this too, about you had a wonderful suggestion, which was, you know, Penny, WIT should also look at how do we help young women that are autistic? How do we help them and get them more involved in technology? And that is definitely a challenge I'm going to take and look at how we continue to grow and to continue to ensure that we're inclusive of everybody, and making sure that we meet everyone where they are in their journeys. So thank you for that feedback, and I am taking it. And I'm going to get with you so you can help me.
Yeah, she'll help you.
So, Angel, this question is for you. You know, we've talked about, you know, the campus program, the college program, and you were over the club, and you did just a phenomenal job leading that and just leading women. I mean, you're always leading and carrying people with you. And just, you know, WIT is all about never leave a woman behind. And you demonstrate that even at your young age in everything that you do. And the one thing we're focusing on today is really about, you know, building the women in tech for the future. So when I look at you and I look at where you are, talk to us about, you know, what your journey has been. Talk to us about what you're doing today, your job, and how WIT has somehow played a role in that. I think a lot of it is just naturally her, because she's just so darn talented. And we're just blessed to be partnering with her. But we'd like to understand more about what you're doing in your career.
Well, now I have the organizer for your utensils in that drawer in your kitchen. I now have that. I'm adulting. I don't know. I really think it just kind of like coming out of college, I didn't expect to feel prepared. You know, like I was saying before we got on, like I knew how to write an email. I knew how to talk to companies. I knew how to do certain things because of practice working with WIT. And so I felt prepared. And coming into an internship, which at the time, let's be honest, some people were like, an internship, you know, you're not getting a full-time role. I saw the opportunity at Fiserv, and I saw the opportunity to invest. So I took a chance. And that turned into a full-time role. And then a year later, a promotion to software engineer 3. Wow. So I'm extremely grateful that I was humble enough to take one opportunity and like turn it into my now living situation. I didn't go after just a dollar sign or a logo or a brand. Fiserv is a company that really has a culture that we're going to lunch today. We're going to lunch today actually after this. I'm really looking forward to it. But I've always had amazing leaders that really poured into me and even challenged me and give me responsibility. I'm now a UX designer and a software engineer because I love art and I love code, and Fiserv is a company that gives me the freedom to do both. I'm so grateful for it. Kind of like a design technologist or a UX engineer. I'm really into stuff that might not even exist. And I'm just grateful to be at a company that lets me explore that, and they'll like support like sending me to do a course at MIT and getting all my certifications in different cloud platforms. So right now I'm really just like having fun. You know, I love the front end and back end, and I'm able to just gain skills in different areas. but I'm also spending just as much time like talking to other people, talking their heads off probably about it. I am really active in VR. I have friends in the Netherlands, Sweden, Philippines, Australia, you name it, Wales, you name it. So I'm really just pushing the limit. And I think it's just going right well with this organization because you guys are interested in that as well. So I feel like in your early 20s, have fun, go to workshops, learn. I mean, what am I talking? I'm doing it right now. I don't have advice. I'm just telling you what I'm doing, and be a part of orgs that will help you do it.
I agree. Have you seen how WIT has also impacted other young women like you?
Oh, all the time. I think that's like, I might get emotional. It's just, especially my years in college, because you're so fragile in those years, because you're looking at job descriptions, and you're like, I don't have half of the skills, or I don't even know half of the technologies that are listed on this page. So you're really in a sensitive place. But to see the confidence in these women that I'm going to just name drop some people, Amber, Shelby, Victoria, just a bunch of people I've just seen, like I said, Alexa earlier, that just developed so much.
Yes.
And I'm grateful to see them in Colorado at Progressive, at IBM. Everybody is doing very well. We keep in touch. And I just think, what's the point of getting to the table and you look around, you're the only person that look like you. You're the only woman or you're the only person of color. I want to see everybody win, and there really is room for everyone. My parents taught me that. I've never been competitive. I never really had that like, oh, I'm not going to tell them about this opportunity. Shadera told me, she was like, I got on her nerves because I kind of made her apply. And at the word, she was like, I'm glad that you annoyed me to do it. Because we both were up there, and my line sister, we were all up there together. Right. So there's room on the stage for all of us, and we need as many women as possible.
I agree. And Jacqueline, why do you think it's important for people to donate to WIT?
Oh man, just listening to Angel and what she's saying, I like using the word invest, because we have to make investments and then we get to enjoy the dividends. But if you don't make the investments, nothing's going to come out. It's like going to the bank and putting your card in and you're trying to get money and you're upset because the amount you want is not there, and they kick your card back out to you. Well, if we want to produce women that are productive, that are successful, that are going to do groundbreaking things, we have to invest in them. And it's so important because they are our future. And I want to invest in my future, and I encourage others to look at it that way, because it's all about the view that you take on the situation. As we've been talking this morning, and I'm listening just to Angel and even some of the individuals that are around her, and I'm seeing these young ladies coming out of school making salaries, oh my gosh, that at my age was just unheard of. And to see them at such a young age come out and pursue careers and the opportunities that these jobs are also offering them, going back to school to get your graduate degree or certifications, this helps our community. We all want to live in a productive community. Everyone does. We hear people often complain about not having enough of this, not having enough of that. But then I ask you the question, are you investing? If you're not investing, you don't have anything to say. I like putting my dollar, even if it's $1. And then I get to look in the paper or look on CNN and see this young lady who has come up with this groundbreaking technology to help surgeons do surgeries more efficient. Then I can say, you know what? I invested in her because I gave. And especially when they come out of organizations like WIT. So I'm a believer that if we say we're a village, everybody in the village has to work. Everyone in the village has to give. And then the beautiful thing is when we sit back and we enjoy the fruits of the labor. So I encourage everyone to make that investment, to pour into your community, to pour into these young women. And I love WIT for wanting to reach every young lady. We have a daughter with autism. And when I mentioned that to Penny, which I'm not surprised, her mind is already on it, but you embraced it. And you're a sibling of a special needs, but being parents of a special needs child, one of the things that you're really concerned about is people really taking it serious and investing to make a way, because all women, all people have a purpose. All of us have a purpose, but it is so good to have someone to invest in you, to give you an opportunity, to provide an opportunity. And that's what WIT is doing. They're providing opportunities for all women to step up and pursue their education, to better themselves. I mean, from the single moms program to the 12 and up, the young ladies. Now, I'm pretty sure Penny probably come out, let me look at the clock, probably about in 3 hours, and she'll have a whole autism program done for us. And guess what? Now, let's go to Atlanta to see Miss Penny. She has a program for you. So why not invest in something like that? Why not invest in an organization that you're going to get feedback, you're going to get a dividend? So I really, really encourage everyone to invest in this beautiful organization, because it's providing opportunities that are often overlooked but are needed.
Amazing. And Frank, I have a question for you that was actually given to us by someone in our community, and so I'm going to read it to you. And they specifically wanted you to answer this. So Frank, women only earn 60% of what men do, doing the exact same job, the exact same work. How does that make you feel, knowing how this impacts Angel?
Wow. I would be remiss in saying that it doesn't. It's not good. It's not a pretty picture of our culture right now. But I've been blessed with the opportunity to see some great things. I had the opportunity to see that young lady sitting next to you blossom from a young lady that I used to walk to the bus stop and drill her multiplication tables in Spanish. I got to see her last couple of years at Southern when she joined the all-male gaming group. It wasn't an all-male group, but it was just all males in the group. And she held her own.
Yes, she did.
And I got to see her when she took the helm at WIT, and she just blossomed. I mean, I would call my daughter and she'd be talking like it's a business meeting. I say, hey, this is me. But she was already into that realm. And the thing that makes me so proud is when she talks about WIT, and she hadn't even really said it, the thing she's proud about is the amount of young ladies she helped get those scholarships. Mm-hmm. She don't talk about her personal accolades at Southern and the awards she got. She's always talking about the young ladies that got the scholarships and how proud she was to be on the stage with them and watch them. And not only that, I had the opportunity to be in that Georgia Aquarium that night, in that room with those beautiful people. And if I didn't see those things, then that discrepancy, it would look like a big mountain. Mm-hmm. But I did get the opportunity to see those things. Mm-hmm. And with those women in WIT, those powerful women in WIT, wearing those heels like Penny wearing her heels today, on up that mountain. And there's not going to be any barriers that's going to stand in WIT's way. So, the heavy lifting, it's just beginning. Put your money where your mouth is, people. Let's get behind this movement, because it's going to take all of us not to change something, to make something right that should have never been an issue.
Yes.
So, I mean, it would get me down, but I'm confident. It's already there. It's clean. The victory already there. We just need to decide how we're going to dance when we get at the top of the mountain.
Get that right. There is nothing I can add to that. I just want to thank all of you for being here. What a wonderful family.
Thank you for
wonderful
having
family,
us.
of course. And for all of you that are watching us, we will be back at 11 o'clock for our next segment, where we will interview some of our volunteer leaders that help us do the amazing work that we're able to do. But before we go to break, we do have one video we would love for you to watch, and that is of our Job Shadow program. We want you to hear from some of our WIT girls that are in middle school and high school, and the impact that the Job Shadow program that we have had on them. So stay with us, and we'll see you back here at 11 o'clock.
I am so grateful to have been able to participate in this Job Shadow Week with Equifax, NCR, State Farm, Cox Auto, Cox Enterprises, and Eliason. I've learned so much valuable information and advice, such as career guidance, knowledge about machine learning, tips for making an elevator pitch, the process of a journey map, interview advice, and so much more. This was a great experience, and I can't wait to see what's in store for next year.
Hey WIT, I just want to start off by saying it was an absolute pleasure to be a part of this job shadow this week. I got first-hand experience with some of the biggest technology companies out there. And we got a day in the life with basically all the positions from project manager to testers to developers to UI, UX, everything. We even got to help some of the companies like State Farm. After this week, this is definitely the path for me. And 110% recommended to everyone out there. I look forward to it next year. Thank you!
This week has been such an amazing experience. I have enjoyed being in an environment with other driven, skilled, and passionate girls my age who share a strong interest in a field that girls feel they do not belong, technology and engineering. I have been inspired and motivated by not only my peers, but also the strong women who did not hesitate to enter into the male-dominated field of technology, and most importantly, volunteered their time to show us that we can aspire to be there and belong there too. Thank you so much, WIT, for this opportunity. It was awesome.
Hello, my name is Ngozi Vaughn, and I'm currently a senior in high school. This week, during the WIT job shadowing experience, I got a variety of new experiences, and I enjoyed each of them. I think my favorite part of the experience overall was just listening to the stories of each of the panelists and each of the leaders and employees from these companies. It definitely gave me a new perspective on what it's like to be a female in technology. Even though personally I've been doing it for a few years, it definitely helped me to see that I'm not alone in wanting to pursue this career and wanting to help other people on experiences. And it definitely inspired me to keep pushing through my tech journey. And helping students that look like me and the students that are around my age that share the same interest.
Hi, my name is KP George, and some of the things that I took away from the 2021 Job Shadow Week for Women in Technology was to never stop reinventing yourself, which is something that one of the mentors said that really stuck with me, because I always thought that once you become an adult, you just sort of stay the way that you are for a little bit, but apparently you're changing every day. Something else that I thought was interesting was just how large and complex as a company State Farm is. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Katie. It was really nice getting to meet all of y'all. I had a lot of fun in our breakout room playing that escape game. It was really helpful getting to work on our resume, elevator pitches, and also interesting to hear about the stories of women in STEM. Overall, this week was so empowering and inspiring, and I can't wait for next year.
Hello, my name is Tara Kershofman, and WIT Girls this week has been super fun. One of my favorite things to do was meeting with State Farm. I loved learning about all the different things they do there, and the escape room was also a really great experience. WIT Girls has been so much fun, and I cannot wait to do it again next year.
Hi, my name is Muskan, and this is my first time ever participating in WIT Girls Job Shadow Week, but I absolutely loved it. I learned so much stuff that I wouldn't have learned for years had it not been for this event. Plus, practicing topics like an elevator pitch and how to write a resume are so valuable. The atmosphere was so friendly, and it was easy to talk to all the companies. I will definitely be doing this again next year.
Hi, I'm Sakila, and I really enjoyed this WIT Job Shadow Week. Some of my favorite parts were writing reviews with State Farm in the escape room and meeting all of these very powerful women at NCR. And I really enjoyed getting help with starting a resume and just meeting all of these new people, and I'm very glad I did it.
Hello, my name is Nikita, and I just want to start out by thanking WIT for this amazing opportunity to learn from several companies across the technology field. Companies such as State Farm, Eliason Group, Cox Enterprises, Cox Automotive, NCR, and Equifax have taught us so many things, such as testing through a customer standpoint, elevator pitches and resume writing, insight on the software development lifecycle, and the difference between Agile and Waterfall. We were also able to witness a panel discussion and got to hear about the day in the life of several professionals. Thank you so much to all the companies and professionals and WIT for all of your time and knowledge that you have provided us with. I look forward to coming back next year. Hi, my name is Ananya. I am so grateful to have gained exposure into some of the biggest tech companies in Atlanta, like Cox Auto, State Farm, Eliason Group, NCR, Equifax, and Cox Enterprises. After hearing from several panelists, I learned more about the day-to-day responsibilities of tech employees, as well as their individual journeys to get there. My main takeaway was that the tech industry requires dedication and people who are well-equipped to face challenges. I also enjoyed learning from company representatives about topics like customer satisfaction, product testing, machine learning, the steps to create a product, and resume writing. Thank you to WIT and all the companies for this opportunity.
Welcome back. I'm Patty Dismukes, WIT Board President. Thank you so much for joining us today for our WIT Giving Day. And our goal is $20,000, and with your help we can get there. So please be sure to give generously. Every dollar counts. I'm so excited today that I get to lead a segment on volunteering for WIT. I've always said that our volunteers are our secret sauce, and today I have 4 of our top volunteers that are going to share some of their thoughts and ideas. So let's let them introduce themselves first. So Rachel, start with you.
Sure. Hi everyone, Rachel Bagnell, Director of Transformation at ADP. With WIT, I am a volunteer senior director of the WIT Campus Program, which is the college level program for STEAM.
My name is Rakita Johnson. I am a program manager for Accenture's Global Operations team, and with WIT, I serve as the director for club engagement.
Hello, my name is Danielle Hall. I work at International Market Centers as the Vice President of IT, Back Office and Operations Applications. And with WIT, I serve as a volunteer director of programs for WIT Campus and as a mentor for the Single Mothers Program.
And I'm Tara Allen. I am a technology consultant with Doherty Business Solutions. And with WIT, I'm a volunteer director for WIT Girls, which is our program that focuses on middle school and high school girls.
So you all just do an amazing job, and we're just so thankful that you are part of our WIT program. But with so many things out there today, so many programs, so many nonprofits, why do you give your time to WIT?
I think for me, it's a meaningful program, and especially for WIT Campus at the college level, that program is especially meaningful for me because I was a first generation college student. And at that time, no one in my family had, the experience to be able to give me advice on what are the things that I should or shouldn't do or what I should invest my time in. So when I got to the point of volunteering and looking for an organization that supported college level women, WIT was the right answer. And it was also very meaningful for me because I could give something back that I wasn't able to have as a college student myself. I also have a vested interest in it. I have a daughter who's 10 years old, so I hope one day that she will benefit from this wonderful program as well.
That's great, and you've just done a great job with our WIT Campus program. Can you tell the audience how many campuses are we actually part of now?
Yeah, we have 16 campuses that we have WIT Campus clubs at, which are college-based student organizations or clubs. So run and led by students on campus and then aligned with the WIT Campus program.
We're so proud of the program. So Rakita, why are you volunteering with WIT?
Well, as Rachel mentioned, I'm also a first generation college student, and growing up I didn't really have, let's say, the direction or so as far as careers in STEAM. So with that being said, just being able to build relationships with middle school and high school students and prepare them for college, just being able to explore the many options. When you're starting off at college, there's a lot of different majors that you can choose from, and just putting an emphasis on those STEAM careers and where our future is really going, it really just kind of hits home to be able to get these young women excited about different careers and the opportunities that WIT has with the different companies that are local within the Atlanta area. It's just really a blessing to be able to work firsthand with these individual ladies.
That's great. What about you? What do you give your time?
Before I could contribute with my resources, my time was my biggest resource. So looking at where I would have the biggest impact, WIT really provides that in multiple levels. So with WIT Campus, as both ladies have already stated, being able to directly impact the lives of young women as they look to identify what career they want to enter, and being able to have a hand on that has been great. But then specifically with Single Mothers Program, having been a single mother, that program and the impact that it has on the lives of the women as well as their families is remarkable. So I gladly give my time to see the impact that it has, not only for Atlanta but for specific families also.
Absolutely. Tara, I'll let you wrap it up with your own personal view here.
Of course. I had a very similar experience to Rachel and Rakita. We
I came from a school system in high school that like didn't have a very big focus on STEAM, and I really went from like until a couple of years ago thinking I'm not that good at math, I'm not that good at hard sciences. I went to an engineering school and had no idea what engineering even was. So it is really important to me that we find some way to give younger girls the opportunity to understand that like yes, you can be good at these things if you can find the interest and learn more about it and have the proper education in it, but also here are all of the ways that you can apply it. Like I can't count how many times I said, I'm just not good at math, and now I'm pursuing a master's degree in analytics, which is pretty much just applied math. And so there's so many ways that you can apply these things that are really interesting and engaging. So I think it's important to be able to show young girls that here are these opportunities and here's how you can explore them. So it was a very obvious option for me.
Great. Well, we're just so thankful that all of you give your time because you're incredibly talented. When we started WIT 29 years ago, one of the reasons we did that is because there weren't people that looked like us in our companies. There weren't enough women. And when I look at the four of you today, you're incredible. You all have very, jobs that aren't the same. So I think for our young girls in campus especially, they're probably looking to you and saying, you're someone I can aspire to be like. So thank you for giving your time because that's so important. So let me ask you, what has been your personal impact? So you've given a lot of time and energy towards, the programs we have. How's that impacted you personally?
I could start. Personally, I say this all the time, it almost feels like selfish in a way because I feel like I get as much out of WIT as I put into it. And something that is just amazing and that is so gratifying is over the past year and a half as we've been virtual and all of our events have been virtual, we've been asking the girls and their parents for video testimonies, telling us like what is the impact our programs have had on you, so that we can share that with other girls and parents who are interested in our programs. And getting these testimonials back and hearing parents and the girls say, like, I loved the cybersecurity course you just introduced. I feel like it's opened my eyes to a whole new world and a potential career for me. I think I know what I want to study when I go to college now. Or hearing somebody like our Girl of the Year last year, Bavisha, talk about how impactful this scholarship that she received was and how impactful WIT Girls has been in her life, and hearing her mom even talk about it. It's almost selfish, but it's very gratifying to hear that the work that we're putting into our programs is genuinely helpful in these girls' lives.
I agree.
Yeah, I'd love to piggyback on that. I think about it the same way. There is that feeling of like it just makes you feel good, and it does feel a little bit selfish, right? Because you talk to these young women, whether they're middle school, high school, college, and you can see over time the growth that they have as part of the program. So if they were a freshman in college and they wouldn't necessarily even like raise their hand to ask a question, you can see through the program and the activities and really the relationships that they build with others in that like situation. As the years pass, you see and can feel a marked difference in the way in which they present themselves, the questions that they ask, where their interests lie. So it's kind of like that, almost like that proud mama moment, where you're like, oh wow, look at them. They're so, they've grown so much, and they've really kind of become and come into their own.
Right.
So it is a sense of pride in seeing those types of growth and accomplishments.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think with technology changing so rapidly, just think of how things have changed since COVID, right? Mm-hmm. How there's such a shift towards certain kinds of careers now. I can only imagine what questions they may be asking as a high school or college now. So are you seeing a lot of that, and how the world has kind of changed in the last 2 years? Are you seeing that our programs are helping shape some of their ideas around that?
I would say so, and specifically looking at the Single Mothers Program, we are equipping women to be able to enter into a career where they have endless possibilities. And we're just giving them like the stepping stones that they need to really catapult into STEAM careers. So definitely.
Something one of you said earlier I think is real important. How are we taking the stigma and fear out of some of the programs you volunteer with, that people think it's so math generated or so, because a lot of things now are data, or it's a different way we're using. I think, Terry, you said that a minute ago. Are you finding there's a lot of curiosity around our programs now about how, it's not so scary. It's not all about, you've got to know the math so much. It's about other things, even in our arts area. Everything, technology's the underlying, driver of everything, but there's lots of ways to look at it differently. So can you share a little bit about what you're maybe seeing with our girls and campus girls?
I will say for WIT Girls, we kind of approach it in two different ways. We have WIT Girls ambassadors, who are some of our highly involved long-term members who want to take an extra step and give a little bit more and get involved in the leadership aspect of WIT Girls. So our WIT ambassadors plan a couple of different events throughout the year. We have tech talks where they pick the topic, they find a speaker, they find an activity, and they present. So it's a cool opportunity for them to kind of like flex their leadership skills, but also they know what other high school girls are interested in and what activities are going to be engaging for them. And we look for that kind of feedback. And a lot of the companies that we partner with to put together these events seem to be really in tune with that kind of thing. Like when we do events with Apple, they want to find something that's engaging for the girls. Like they did a music-based event where they taught the girls how to use GarageBand. So finding like a really interesting application that's relatable to them has been, I think that's been awesome for our WIT Girls programs.
Yeah, and I think to piggyback off of that, a lot of the companies that that WIT partners with has done a fantastic job of being able to incorporate all of the different areas of STEAM, whether it be through their internships or through different activities that they open up to the girls to be able to let them find their niche. Sometimes, starting off with college and trying to pick a certain career, you don't really necessarily know. For example, I know arts. They're like, well, I'm an arts major. I don't really think there's any program for me, or where can I go in a career? And, this is technology. But just being able to have that applied application programs and development, it's really eye-opening for them, and they can kind of see themselves fitting in, within a different role or a career across these various companies.
Let's talk a little bit about, the value of volunteers to these programs, right? So let me ask you, what do your companies think about your commitment and your passion for WIT? How are you perceived within your company for your volunteerism?
I'll take an initial stab at that. I think for ADP, very supportive. They have a giving mindset. They have great things like a company match, which today they're actually, for any ADP employees, they will match at 150% of whatever you donate. So you can always donate to WIT and have ADP match you at 150%. So every dollar counts.
And ADP is a big sponsor
Yes,
of WIT, so all you ADPers out there.
That's right. Just saying, check it out. But yeah, I think it's really important, at least for me as a professional, that I work for an organization that supports things like volunteering, right? Because it is meaningful to me as an employee, but also just, as generally speaking as a person, right? And I wouldn't want to work for an organization that didn't support that. So I'm very proud that ADP does that.
Yes.
Yeah, I know Accenture is really big on giving, very supportive with the volunteering. A lot of the programs and internships that they have for those college graduates just starting off, they're very big on wanting to connect and be diverse, with the students that are just coming out of college. So just, working for Accenture and their training programs and just being able to network with these new students, because, the world is forever changing and with
Right.
technology,
Mhm.
so you'll never stop learning. Accenture is really good on that. So I enjoy working for the corporation and just being able to build these relationships and connections with the young ladies.
International Market Centers has another emphasis also on diversity and inclusion. So as a woman in technology, I think that I am a culture add to that. So I, especially as a volunteer, having direct interactions with the next generation of employees as well as other women in technology, that I'm adding to our potential candidate pool and continuing to increase awareness on our company and what we do.
I'll say the focus on volunteering and service to others was something that was a initial topic in my first interview at Doherty. I spoke to the recruiter for probably the majority of our time together about what I do for WIT, and she was actually interested in getting involved herself. And so you can definitely see that that is really present in the culture at Doherty, because I've recruited mentors for our mentors program and other volunteers for our WIT Girls team from some of my colleagues at Doherty who I've worked directly with. And when they hear that I'm doing this volunteer work with WIT, they're excited by that and really want to find out how they can get involved. So it's been a really nice place to continue my volunteer work in a way that they kind of foster that development.
That's great. And I think giving back is so important, not just, money's important to keep the programs going, but time and commitment. And I want to ask each one of you, I think, I'm very proud of WIT and the programs, and I've really watched WIT evolve over the years, and to see so many incredible women and men involved in it, because we're all about changing lives and supporting each other. I'm going to ask you, what's something in particular about WIT that's impacted you personally? Is it a program? Is it a relationship? Is it something you saw a result of? Because as volunteers, we give our time because we want, to give time, but there's something that we want back too. And sometimes it's accomplishment or it's seeing something move or change. So what's been something in WIT that has had an impact on you personally you'd like to share with our audience?
I'll start. I would say that being a volunteer with WIT is a holistic experience on all areas of my personhood. I feel that I have connected with WIT. As someone that is looking for mentors, I've had the opportunity of finding mentors with WIT. As someone that wants to mentor, I've been able to find mentees and really have an impact on their career and helping them guide through some of the challenges of being a woman in technology. And then being able to pour into a larger organization like WIT Campus and really look at where are the gaps in technology right now, and where are there opportunities for us to have a wider reach with the restructure of WIT Campus and being able to have more visibility on the different parts of STEAM. It's been great. So I think that that's really fulfilling for me.
I'll say for me, I really enjoy what I do in my professional life. But in my life outside of work, I think being able to pursue something that I'm really passionate about, like WIT and like the WIT Girls program, really helps give me that purpose that I feel like everybody is kind of looking for. And so being able to help lead a team and learn those kinds of leadership skills that I'm pretty early in my career, so I'm not doing a lot of that at work, but getting to do that at WIT is really great for my personal growth. And like Rachel and I talked about, it almost feels selfish because it's it feels so good to be able to help a community, but also to be a part of a community of women who are really about lifting each other up, supporting each other. I know that if I need career advice, personal advice, support in any area of my life, there are women from this organization who I can call on, and doing volunteer work with them has created that bond. So that's been my personal impact from volunteering with WIT.
That's great. So for anyone out in our audience today who is looking for a place to volunteer their time, why WIT? What will they get from volunteering with WIT?
I think that they'll get exactly what Danielle and Tara explained, and that much more, because there is that sense of personal fulfillment. There's the sense of connection. There's the opportunity to build relationships with people that you may have never met, another way. So I think that, like, for me, is a big component. I've met people and become friends with people that I would have not met unless I was, volunteering with WIT and a part of the organization. And it offers you perspective on life as a whole, on your career. And that's the reason why I would say join and become a part of WIT and volunteer your time, donate your money, help our programs because it's so special.
And skills. I think you learn skills you may not have. You think about all the networking events we have and the relationships you're building. And like you said, you may not have had the opportunity to have met some of the people you met through this. And I believe that your network is your net worth in business. And so the more that we build this is great. So why, today we're all about giving, and we hope everyone will give that's participating today, whether it's $1 or $100, $1,000. They're programs that we need to continue. So, in the programs and the things you're involved with, why is it important that we continue those programs and we need the money? What are the additional things perhaps we could do by having the money to continue to come in to support the programs?
Well, I would say for WIT campus, for our college students, many of the students look forward towards the scholarship process that we have, and being able to donate these scholarships to these young women is really kind of like a life-changing event. It really opens up their eyes and give them the chance to have opportunities that they may have not been able to achieve with the help of all of you donating to that. So that's the biggest thing for me, is just seeing the priceless look on their face, and getting their testimony and success stories as they go off to these companies and go off to college, and being able to actually pursue a field in STEAM.
With the Single Mothers Program, you're giving the opportunity for more single mothers to be able to enter into the cybersecurity career field. You're impacting their families and their financial situations, as well as impacting our workforce, because we're providing our Atlanta area and broader community to have new talent to pull from. And I think that if you employ a woman, a mother, that you have a driven candidate that is going to make sure that they are meeting the bottom line, and they're going to be a great addition to your workforce.
Absolutely, and it's life-changing.
It is.
We're doing something that's life-changing. I think the thing that's so wonderful about our program, again, is we have a staff, but so much of what we do, we rely on our volunteers. And it takes a village. I mean, we just had an incredible WIT Awards program that we had at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and we were able to recognize and honor so many incredible women. But everything we do takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of people. And so being a volunteer is so important for this program. I believe we have around 20,000 here in Atlanta members. We have about 50,000 nationally, so it's an organization that has impacted a lot of people. We want to continue the programs, we want to continue with everything, but we need to continue to raise the funds to do the programs that are so important to our community. So for people, again, who are looking for a place to spend their time, how much of your time do you give? How little or how much? It's one of those things that it's really kind of up to you as to how much you commit. So tell me how you start. You start small and grow because you got so passionate about it, or is it something you just kind of jumped in the deep end and kept going?
I think I jumped in the deep end.
I think I volunteered you for a deep end.
Luckily, I know how to swim.
Good.
But no, I when I came on as a volunteer, I was asked to look at the WIT campus program as a whole and think of ways to, revamp, re-energize, et cetera. That was several years ago. And I did jump right in.
And did a great job.
Thank you. Thank you. But it does take a village.
Yes.
And luckily I have wonderful volunteers on my team for WIT campus that help along the way. The thing about a volunteer team is that we also have each other's backs. So if there's a time where my priorities change or I have other obligations, I know I can depend on, my peers to jump in and help out, and vice versa. So that's the great thing about it, is that it is a, all for one for all type mentality. So you do have the opportunity to ebb and flow the amount of time that you give when you volunteer.
WIT has some amazing volunteers. Rachel is definitely one of them, and she taught me how to swim. As coming in as a volunteer.
Swimming lessons are part of it.
Lessons are a part of it. So I was able to grow in my swimming lessons, starting with WIT campus and now being one of the volunteer program directors. It's been awesome, and I think that volunteer base, that everyone is so committed and connected to making sure that WIT is successful, that's really, I think that in itself is a value that you don't get from other organizations from volunteering with them, that everyone has a vested interest. And if you do have those ebbs and flows in your career or work, your family life, that there are others who can come alongside you and help and still make sure that we're meeting our goals. So echoing everything that Rachel said.
And think about the skills you get. I mean, things project management, it's event planning, it's networking, social media. I mean, think of all the things that our volunteers are involved in that really are enhancing to your skills. And I think that's one of the reasons so many companies encourage their employees to get involved with a program such as WIT. So not just women, but men also get involved as well. But one of the things that we get asked to do as well, Penny and I have an opportunity to speak to many of the companies who have internal WIT programs, because again, there's something about community that internally within companies and then externally to WIT is so important. So, today we're all about giving, and we're trying to get to our $20,000 goal today, which I know we will do. Could each one of you just kind of share a little bit to your company, to your peer group, to your network, why it would be so important today? Of all the great organizations out there asking for money, why it would be important that they give whatever they can today to WIT?
I would say, we all kind of touched on what those dollars really mean for our programs and what that means for the community that we serve. But a lot of my colleagues, a lot of my peers have kids in the age range of middle school and high school and are thinking about, paying for college. That's a huge stressor, and being able to receive a scholarship is absolutely life-changing. Education is so important to improve your quality of life, and so being able to provide scholarships to girls in middle school and high school so that they can pursue an education in hopefully a STEAM area that they've learned about through us. We want to be able to give them the programs to do the exploration so that they have some sort of direction, but also be able to help give them the scholarship to actually pursue that education. So the money is so impactful, just like it's such an obvious impact. So scholarships are important. Girls in high school really need them. Your money is very, very impactful.
Yeah, and to piggyback off what Tara mentioned, the dollars are going towards, all of our programs and events that WIT carries, from the transportation cost to being able to set up, the events and the locations. So your dollars would definitely be going towards a great cause to be able to continue the ongoing programs that we have, and just being able to provide these future opportunities for those that are next in line, from the WIT Girls program to the WIT Campus programs to our youth professional program that we have, and beyond. So every dollar counts.
So I have another question I want to ask you. What would it have meant to you if you'd had a WIT when you were in high school or college? What would that have changed your direction, or how would that have impacted you, do you think?
I think for me it would have. I think back to my college years. I paid my way through college. I paid my way after college, for school. It's, I think, like thinking about scholarships and opportunities, I think that could have made a difference for me. It might have, allowed me to make different decisions moving into my career as well. Like I said earlier, I didn't have mentorship or direction because there was nobody in my family that had that experience before. So one thing I can think of specifically is I didn't do any internships. And I think that coming out of college impacted my ability to find a position in the field that I went to college for. And I believe that with advice, that would have been different. With a program like WIT and WIT Campus, I think I would have gotten that advice. And, followed that path, right? So that's something that we do in the program today, is we're making those connections between the student members of WIT Campus and the corporate sponsors that have internships available. So if we can make that, that match, then they are getting those opportunities that they would not have otherwise gotten because they would have never made that connection. So that definitely would have made a difference in my life.
Yeah, visibility is the window, door, sliding door to opportunities. And having that visibility in college of the STEAM careers that I could eventually find myself in would have been amazing to have had. I think I might have had less hurdles potentially that I had to cross, but it's helped me now to be able to give back. So I definitely think it would have been great to have had while I was in college, but now having not had it, I know the impact that it does have on our college students.
Can you imagine having the opportunity to go shadow at a company and, do the job shadow where you get to actually see? I mean, that would that have had an impact on you? It would have me.
Yes.
Because it was the visual of what could be, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I've supported both Job Shadow and the Mentors program through WIT Girls, and either of those programs would have been life-changing for me in high school. I had no idea what I wanted to study. I knew I liked science, and that was the extent of it. I didn't even know what you did with a biology degree other than go be a doctor. So through this Mentors program, and that was what got me involved with WIT in the first place, is we provide these girls with connections with professionals in every field. And a lot of times the feedback we get is, I didn't even know that was a job.
Exactly.
So, like you said, just like the visibility, it really opens up doors for you to be able to say, okay, here's my skills, here's what I'm interested in, here's what I might be able to go do with it. So,
I think the thing that's so amazing too is we have a staff at WIT. It's a small staff compared to all the things we have to do, and they're fabulous. Everybody else is volunteer, from the board members to the advisory council, to every single thing in between. It's volunteer. And so, again, I think it's our secret sauce. I think that having all the different talents and the different level of people involved, the ability, if we have questions, we can give you a CIO to help walk you through things. So, Atlanta is I always say it's the smallest big city there is, and we're all like 1 or 2 degrees separated from everybody. And we have such an incredible community. We have such an incredible sponsors, our companies, and we have just, the campuses, everything just comes together in a way that we just see so much opportunity ahead of us. So, to your personal communities, to our companies, we just want to encourage everyone, again, please give today. There's so much we're doing that is just, so good for our community. We want to continue to encourage people to volunteer. We want to, get outside of Georgia. We would like to expand our reach to outside of Georgia because our sponsors, our companies are outside of Georgia as well. So, there's a lot of things we want to do. We have a lot of plans for the future. We've got incredible, again, volunteer board, advisory council leaders. When you started with WIT, did you ever think you'd end up being a leader in WIT? Do you aspire to be on the board? Do you aspire to be all these things that are out there for you? I mean, that's part of volunteer, right? It's a lot of steps here, a lot of opportunities.
I think WIT has mastered and is continuing to master the art of connection. So I think that works not only for those that are giving to WIT and then making the connection to a broader community, but within the community, us being able to connect with one another and to connect with other opportunities within WIT and broader community.
So before we kind of wrap up today on a few things, will you guys you have a personal message to maybe your team or people you work with or your family or, volunteers? You've got a big team around you on how we can really make this day successful.
I'll jump in there. First, I would want to say thank you to all of our volunteers.
Yes.
But I'll give a special shout out to my WIT campus volunteers because I know how hard they work to make the program a success. So 2 of them sitting here, and I know with WIT Girls we have phenomenal women as well. All the volunteers are just so great. I'll make a very pointed shout out to my ADP peers. Like I said earlier, 150% match today. So give. Leverage the company match available to you. Many other organizations have matches as well. So if your organization matches your donations, use it. Today is the day. Get out there, use it. Every $5, $10, $100, $1,000, whatever it is, if you have a company match, use it. And then from a volunteer perspective, ADP, along with many other organizations, give you time to volunteer. Whether it's a day a year or multiple days a year, use the time. I encourage my associates to do that, my peers to do that, because I see a lot of them that don't. And it's just wasted time. So get out there, use the time, leverage the company match, and give.
And she'll be sending emails out to everyone.
For me, I'd definitely like to say, like Rachel said, we have a huge community of amazing volunteers, and WIT Girls has an amazing team who is dedicated and creative and has the drive to do more and create more programs and make them better. So I hope I tell them often enough, but I really appreciate the WIT Girls team. And to my colleagues and my peers, it's definitely the season of giving, and so if you're so inclined to donate, I think WIT Girls is an amazing place to give your money, and if you want to see the direct impact that it has, then feel free to come volunteer with me. We always need new members of the WIT Girls team, so.
And I would make a very pointed request also of all of my peers and colleagues and alumni that they would give their time and their resources to women in technology. I think I'm a direct product of the impact that women in technology has on our community in Atlanta, in Georgia, and hopefully in a broader context in the near future. So by you giving today, you will be able to help in continuing to add to the value that WIT has in women in technology in a broader space.
And I would just like to say, with this being the giving season, that I want to challenge each and every one of you across all of the communities within Atlanta and our corporate sponsors to just take the time and just donate towards a good cause to help the WIT continue to carry out its mission to inspire these young women in their lives and be able to help them, present them with opportunities that they may not be able to come across. 'Tis the season, and all of to my peers out there, for those that are interested in looking into getting involved with WIT, whether you don't have the capacity today to donate monetarily, your time and commitment and dedication to helping these young women will also go a long way as well.
I just want to thank all of you personally. I'm a big fan of every single one of you, and I'm just so thankful that you're part of WIT and that you give so much of your time. So we're going to take a short break now, and so stay with us for a few minutes after we break because we're going to have a video from Maggie Rose, which I think you'll enjoy so much. We'll be back at 12:30 with a great discussion around our YoPro program, which I think you'll find very interesting and very informative. Thank you so much, and we'll end now.
is shining through, darling, yeah, you pull me through. When I am sinking low and drowning in the undertow, it's true, and darling, yeah, you pull me through. Whoa. Without even knowing, you came and you showed me a love without an end. It's true, oh, darling, yeah, you pull me through. Whoa. So long, loneliness. No, nothing is wrong with a little tenderness. I need you, no, I'm not afraid to confess. Yes, it's true. It's only you. Wash over me with your river of love. I believe you make me wanna say hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. When we say goodnight, I'll be waiting on the other side for you. Like you always do. I'll pull you through.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Thank you for joining us on this beautiful Giving Tuesday. We are talking about all things WIT, and I have the pleasure of talking with many of our WIT Yo Pros today. But before we get to that, I want to introduce myself. I'm Caitlin Schauberg. You may know me as your WIT News host. Doing something a little different today, talking with these lovely ladies. But I also want to call out just what an important day this is for WIT. It's an opportunity for you all to share your stories, to talk about the impact that WIT is having, and it's an opportunity for all of you to get to learn a little bit more about what we do here at WIT and why it's so important to donate. Please do that. There should be a QR code, there should be links, all kinds of stuff that makes it very easy for you to do whatever you can, even if it's just $1. I'm sure you've heard that from everyone else today, but every little bit really does help. So thank you in advance. We really appreciate you tuning in. And ladies, let's get started.
All right.
We are going to, of course, talk with our Yo Pros. That stands for Young Professionals. I sometimes forget to call that out. I just say Yo Pros, Yo Pros, Yo Pros. But maybe we start with just introducing ourselves. And Lee, I'll pass it way on down to you and we can move back this way.
All right. My name is Lee Varnerin and I am an IT project manager at Hewlett Packard Enterprise. Nice to meet you all. I was the Women in Technology president for Georgia State University from fall 2018 to spring 2019. Pleasure to meet you all.
My name is Elon Sidiaco. I am a global product manager for Equifax. I am new to WIT and Y Pros or Yo Pros. I have about maybe 6-7 months that I've been at Equifax, and that's how kind of I found out about everything that WIT is doing. I also went to Georgia State but didn't get to hear about WIT through there, but I'm glad that they're doing things on campus.
Hi everyone, I'm Ishani Singh. I am a relatively new young professional, recent graduate from Emory, studied STEM major, was pre-med, and graduated with a human health degree. Did a quick 180, and now I am in big tech recruiting. I recruit for software engineers, and I work for Google, recruiting software engineers for Google on behalf of Adecco, and I love it. So that's a little bit about me. I'm new to WIT.
Wonderful. And we have varying ages of Yo Pros. For those that don't know, we are 20 to 29-year-olds. I hate to admit I'm on the top end of that range, and we have some young guns here to share their stories with us today. Ladies, I just want to have a casual conversation. And I say casual, I mean it literally, like I'm wearing fuzzy socks, okay? Like this is going to be open, it's going to be fun, but, oops, I'm sorry, darling. One thing I want to point out is there were some big names that were just said on that couch, right? We have Google, we have Equifax, we have HP. And so I think the audience at home may be listening and going like, wow, these girls have everything together. But being a young professional, we all know that's maybe not always true. There's a balance and there's an interplay between having confidence and finding your passion, finding your purpose, with also having a lot of questions, sometimes doubts, and this is a real stage for growth, and we're still looking for things. So that's my first question. That's what I want to jump into here is, as a young professional working in a STEAM field, which all of you are, what drew you into becoming part of the WIT Yo Pro community? What was, one or two of those things you were still looking for? And maybe, Ashani, I'll start with you this time.
Yeah, so as I mentioned in my intro, I did not have a lot of exposure to tech. I went to a liberal arts university in the Southeast, and there wasn't even a very robust CS program. So not only have I never coded, I had never stepped foot in any of the big tech offices in my life. So coming in to working on behalf of a company like Google, I was a little overwhelmed not having a lot of connections in the tech field. My family has a big healthcare background, which explains my degree, but there are no women in tech. So I didn't have a lot of exposure to women in general, but especially young women like ourselves, to discuss things with and relate to the experience of sometimes being the only woman in a room or a Zoom room. So it is really amazing just being able to connect with other women, historically underrepresented groups, which is a huge passion of mine, to include more
women into tech and into all STEAM fields. And so getting the opportunity to connect with other women that have similar stories, similar passions, was really what drew me in to joining not only WIT YoPros, but WIT in general.
Yeah, I love that. Does that resonate with you too?
Yeah, most definitely. My background, I have a personal passion for finance. So I love personal finance. I love to talk about it. You know this.
Yes.
Think about. That's what I do all the time. So I did study economics and finance in college, and always thinking, well, what are you going to do, or how does that relate to tech at all? And so I worked for fintech companies, but I was always more on the finance side. And then when I did a transition earlier this year, I wanted to make sure that I did more things in tech. But what does that always mean? Like, you don't always think about these things. And then when you do go to college, you get a finance degree, you might get in healthcare, but you don't always get, there's not like degrees where product management, that's what I'm in now, or Scrum Master degree, or even project management.
Yes.
So it was really cool just speaking to other ladies, getting their like advice, their career, like how they have done their career journey, and then being able to think, okay, so let me talk to her, maybe get a certification in this, maybe research this, and then I end up being in tech, but I still get to merge both of those passions. I can still work in fintech, in financial services, but then, I do work in product management. So you get to work with the dev teams, you get to work with other, the SREs and everyone that, helps build those products. So it's really nice, I think, to be able to work in both and, feel appreciated that, they're, even though you're in tech, you're also getting to do your passion that may not necessarily be coding.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the reasons why I joined WIT YoPros was that when I graduated, I didn't feel like I had an idea of what I wanted to do. I knew that I wanted to be a leader in something technical, but I still didn't know how I was going to get there because when I was graduating, I had already received an offer as a project manager for a project management educational program. In other words, I was still not educated enough to actually do project management. I was going to be on board and they were going to teach me. So I was going through some major imposter syndrome there where I was like, oh my gosh, how the heck did I even get this? So when I saw WIT Yo, and also I kept thinking to myself, because I was the president of Women in Technology, I was like, man, I don't have these resources anymore that I'm graduating. I can't ask for help from WIT campus anymore. So when I saw WIT YoPros, I was like, finally, somewhere I can go where I can talk to people and talk about what I want to do and try to get help and like network, get mentoring on how I can get there. Because I was trying to figure out when I was graduating, I know I want to be a leader and I know I want to do something technical, but I don't know how I'm going to get there.
Yes.
So.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm so grateful for HPE for what they've done for me, because not only am I studying for my PMP, which is the project management professional certification, they really were just very warm and welcoming to me. They knew that I was learning, and they took me every step of the way and just helped me learn. And I've also been very honest with my manager about what I want to do with my future. And he's making the commitment that he will help me to get where I need to be so that I can be successful and get to my dream job of what I want to do.
That's awesome. Were you going to chime in there
Yeah,
too?
and I would love to just add on, a little anecdote about how amazing this community has been. I have gone just for, a little happy hour after work to connect with other YoPros, and that's where I had the chance to hang out a little bit with Elon. And touching on her point about personal finance, that wasn't anything I studied in college, but joining the workforce, that was something like women's personal finance, especially in the FIRE movement, was something I got super into. And just to connect, almost at random with another woman that was so passionate about it and had so many gems to share and about her experiences, and so warm and encouraging, that wasn't related to our careers, that wasn't related to even tech in general, but just having those similar interests come up was so fun, because like Lee mentioned, once you graduate college, you don't have, the little cafeteria where you can just run into someone and make a friend, or joining a sports team really quick and, meeting people on an intramural sport. So it's amazing to connect with other women through YoPros, to battle that imposter syndrome that you mentioned. I think that is so key that, I mean, you felt it, I felt it, and I know other women I've spoken with in my organization and just even friends in STEAM careers have all felt it, that do we really belong here? I mean, I know I've walked into the office before and been the only woman out of 10 men sitting at desks coding, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I went to a liberal arts school.
Yeah.
What do I know about coding?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of engineers here. Like, am I really smart enough to be here? But it's so amazing that we have gotten there and that we can empower each other. And that has been one of the biggest blessings that I'm grateful for being part of WIT Yo Pros, to just have conversations like Caitlin and I talked last night for 45 minutes and just candidly discussing our stories and, you know, how it's been so amazing for us as young women to just be empowered by not only, you know, external forces, but each other. And that has been amazing in my experience in battling that imposter syndrome that, hey, you know, we do belong here. We have earned our way here. You know, we interviewed just like all the men and all the other individuals, and we deserve to be here. And seeing other women in those positions of leadership, of, you know, just those amazing positions empowers not only me, but also younger women.
Yeah, and I think that's important.
Yes. Women, like the WIT campus and WIT girls, I mean, it's just so encouraging for me as a young professional. I can only imagine what it would have felt like to be a young girl in middle school and have women like y'all to look up to.
Yeah, and go ahead.
Oh, sorry. When I actually started my college career, I was actually a marketing major.
Wow.
So when I started, I was a marketing major. I was just coasting. I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to figure it out. So when I took my introduction to marketing class, I hated it. It was just the introduction. I was like, I can't do this. And also, I'm also an artist. So I was like, maybe I could just give up on this and go to SCAD. So I tried to go to SCAD. It didn't work out because I wasn't truly passionate about it. So I was kind of in my mid 20s, my early 30s, 20s crisis, where I was trying to figure it out. I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to come back and see what happens to Georgia State. And then I took the introduction to CIS class, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to take a gamble. I'm going to switch. And this is interesting to me. I had never taken a programming class.
Wow.
I had never done anything in tech. So I was like, I'm just going to do it. Because what do I have to lose?
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
So when I started, I really just didn't know where to start. I was taking my managing IT projects class. I was getting so overwhelmed. And then I took Introduction to Programming, which was a whole thing in itself, which I like programming.
Yeah.
And then when throughout those semesters, I was introduced to WIT. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is the answer to my prayers. Because I finally have somewhere I can go to tell them, guys, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm a junior in college. I've never had an internship. I keep applying. I'm not getting any.
Yeah.
Please, try to guide me on what careers there are, because I have no clue what I want to do. And it was so helpful. I wouldn't be where I am without WIT.
Yeah, and what I really like is that you're giving your college experience, and you brought out how they do middle school and high school. And that was actually, I think, one of the first opportunities I got to participate with anything was WIT, is when Equifax had did the job shadow. And it was really cool because a lot of times we're concerned a lot about how we get mentored and what other people are like shadowing them, kind of seeing how they're pouring into us, but really going back and pouring into other young ladies and from different age groups, I think it's really important. So I really do admire how well WIT does that. And so it's really good opportunity that not only we gain from it, but we can also give. And so I think that's really what we want to be talking about today on Giving Tuesday, and how we're able to tie this all together. Even though we're receiving, we're also giving.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. And on that topic of just giving, similar to what you did with, giving your time and having those young women shadow you, not just serving as oh, that's someone you could be, showing them that that's someone you can be one day. And I think for me, it's just seeing other women that look like me and other people that look like us in those positions of leadership like y'all are in. I mean, there's nothing more motivating than seeing someone
reflection in yourself. Like, wow, that really can be me one day. I know right now, my skip level manager, so my manager's manager, is another, historically represented woman, and it is so amazing. I had to tell her, like, the first time I got a chance to meet her, obviously virtually, that, wow, like, I love that you've been able to do this, because it really inspires me to one day be able to do the same thing.
Absolutely.
And it's not, I feel like giving, like you mentioned, doesn't have to just be about money. I mean, it can be about time. And volunteering is how I got my introduction to WIT as well. I volunteered recently at the Women in Tech Awards Gala. Amazing event. Shout out to that, whoever planned it. Amazing. It was at Mercedes-Benz, black tie. That's where I met Kaylin and Elon. And it was just amazing. I mean, the speeches, some of them brought me to tears because it was amazing hearing some women, mothers that were attending the event with their daughters, just saying that, I'm here because I want to show my daughter that she can be up here too. And that, I mean, there's nothing more moving than that to me. And I just hope that even though I'm young, I can have that impact on somebody even younger than me.
Yeah, I think that's really important because I actually recently at HPE at my site hosted the International Women's Day panel, and we had women from the site that were very well respected were on the panel, and one of the mothers said, I don't know where to start to get my daughter in tech because I started when I was a lot older, and then I pulled her to the side, and then after the event, after the panel, I started talking about women in technology. I'm constantly talking about women in technology at my job.
Yes.
My manager is so supportive of me that he tells me if you need to go to a women in technology event, if you need to do volunteering, tell me and we will work it out. And it's just so fantastic. And that's one of the reasons why I was on the board for WIT was because it wasn't for me, it wasn't putting it on my resume, being like on there so that I could get a job. My passion in my life is to help other people, and I wanted to empower women because that is what WIT stands for, to help empower women in their journey in STEAM, and that is what I wanted to do. Yes. So when I was asked to be on the board by the previous president, I said yes automatically. I was like, yes, I will run for the election, absolutely, because this is something that I want to do. I have no clue about what I want to do, but I'm going to try to help other people the best I can.
Yes. And your point about, the shameless plug about WIT at work, and with the woman who wanted to introduce her, her young daughter, I had a really similar experience just last weekend. I was at a family reunion for Thanksgiving, and I have a young niece, not niece, my cousin, she could be my niece, but she's 10, and she's 10 years old and loves coding. She just loves it.
Good for her.
When I was 10, I didn't even know what coding was.
Me neither.
So it was amazing to me to see the progress that's happened, and even the last decade, that there are young girls that are not even in middle school that can code. And the sky is the limit for them. And we stayed up until 3 in the morning on GitHub. And if you're a coder, you know what that is.
Yes, I do.
And we got set up on GitHub, and she had never heard of it. She showed me her coding projects with such a bright light in her eyes, And only a 10-year-old that's really passionate about something is going to stay up that past their bedtime.
And have mom let her.
And have mom and dad let her. Shout out to my uncle for that one. And it was amazing to see her so excited to show me her website she coded, the languages she learned, and uploading them into GitHub. And I was learning while she was learning. And she's not my daughter, but she's my cousin, and feeling that connection I felt with her, that I could play that role, is something that I love, because similar to Lee, like, just that feeling of giving back and just helping however I can is what drew me into recruiting. I mean, there's no better feeling than when you call someone and tell them you are giving them their dream job.
Yeah,
the tears.
Awesome.
Sometimes I cry. I'm like, yes, I'm so happy for you. And it's amazing. And to see that a 10-year-old can code, like,
wow, where is she going to be in 10 years?
Yeah. Right.
So I just love this mission that WIT has to not just encourage women, but encourage girls, encourage young individuals. And that's another thing, I mean, connecting it back to the beginning, just it doesn't have to be money you're donating. I mean, just your time, just that insight that you can provide. I mean, if you're a woman in STEAM or a man even in STEAM, I mean, just sharing your story with a young girl, I mean, it could change the trajectory of their life.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, can you see the passion coming out? Like I've said, 2 words this whole time? I mean, this is what you are supporting when you're supporting WIT. So definitely donate your time, definitely volunteer. I will say, shameless plug, this is my job. The QR code is still out there. But this is what you're supporting, in all honesty. And it's that passion that we want to pull out. And I think you guys have hit on something that I love, right, which is building the next generation. And constantly giving back. And being young professionals, we're in a really interesting space where I think people are very encouraged to draw out our potential. But we also have stories. We've also been through a lot to get to where we are, and it wasn't always easy.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll switch us to the next question, if you don't mind.
No,
absolutely.
And I want to talk about maybe some of those hard times, right? So what was something that has discouraged you as a female in this industry, in tech? Maybe it was growing up, right? So if you're that 10-year-old girl who loves to code, maybe you had an experience that pulled you away from that. And I don't think that's your story. But I want to talk about that. So what were some of those hard times, and then what got you over that? What encouraged you? It sounds like WIT was a part of that already in some of the stories that you've shared. But let's get into that a little deeper, because it's not always easy, and it's not always as cheerful as we're kind of making it sound. So if anyone wants to start with that, run with it.
For me, whenever people ask me, I get asked quite a bit, have you ever experienced discrimination as a woman in STEAM and your job? And I'm going to say with wholeheartedly, and I know that it's a privilege for me to say this, and it's sad that I have to say that, no, I haven't. And that I haven't, and I attribute it to not only the place that I work at, everyone's open and welcoming. I just haven't experienced that. But did I experience that at school? Absolutely. When I have a triple concentration. I have a degree in computer information systems, 3 concentrations: cybersecurity, data analytics, application development. When I started to when I first started with with the relatively easy classes with my concentration with cybersecurity, it was breeze. I felt nothing. I felt very welcome. It was very open. I didn't feel uncomfortable at all. But then when I started to get to my classes with programming or with conceptual stuff, it started to get more competitive.
Absolutely.
The attitude started to change. The amount of women that were in the classes were dwindling. By the time I got to my last class, there were only 5 women out of 30.
Wow.
And I started to realize patterns with some of the people in the classes. I started specifically with some of the teachers that I thought that they were treating the women a little bit differently. And at first I thought I was overreacting. I'm like, Lee, don't be sensitive. Like they might just they might just not be answering your questions because they want to move on with the class. But then but then I remember the day when I came out and I was waiting outside my class, and all the women were there. And then one of them spoke up, and one of them was in WIT with me. And they knew I was the president. And they said, Lee, I want to talk to you about something. And I said, what? What's going on? And she said, is it just me? Or does it feel like the teacher is treating the women differently? And I said, I'm glad that you said that, because I thought I was the only one.
Yeah.
And then, so we created a pact where we said that if the professor did not answer our question, one of us would raise our hand and say, I want to hear the answer to the question. Yeah. Because we felt like we weren't being heard. I think I was already in a place at this time where my mental health was not the best, and also I was not learning programming as well as everyone else. And I was really trying to catch up, and I was also trying really hard to catch up because I really started to discover my love for programming. And one day I was having issues with my project team group, and they were all men. What I was dealing with them was a completely separate story. I'm not even going to get into that. I emailed my teacher about it. He said one of the most sexist things I've ever heard a professor say to me, and it was about the fact that I was a woman and that I was crazy for wanting to. For being persistent and it was about my mental health as a woman because I was being so persistent, and I could not believe what I had just read.
How terrible. So someone you're trying to learn from said that, and I think we've all had those unintentional or sometimes very intentional, it sounds like. There's a lot of that, just discouragement about maybe this isn't your place.
Exactly.
But you got through that. So talk to us, like, what made you stay?
Well, the thing is that I was also taking a class called Women Lead, and that was a class about women empowerment and how to break the glass ceiling, how to conquer these things. I went to my teacher. I actually went home in tears that day when I read that email. I remember the day I was standing outside of MARTA and I read that email, and I couldn't believe what I just read. And then the next day I went to my teacher. I didn't tell her who the teacher was, because I didn't want that to happen.
Yeah.
So I told her, and she didn't even have to ask who it was. She said, "I think I know who you're talking about, and I would like, and this is really upsetting to me because you're not the first person to say something like this." And I said, "What do you mean?" And she said, "It's because of this. What you're saying is that a lot of students are telling me they don't want to pursue education in STEAM."
How unfortunate, yeah.
And I was just I just sat there and I remember just being so upset. And I think it was the mixture of that. I think I had already was very low in confidence in my ability as a woman in STEAM, but I think that for me was the moment where I just gave up. I was like, I finished my class and I graduated, and I felt like I had failed as not only I was feeling imposter syndrome for multiple reasons. I was like, I'm scared to pursue a technical leadership now because I don't want this to get worse. This is just college. It's going to get worse from here. So I gave up, and I graduated feeling like an imposter as a project manager, and I also felt like I didn't deserve my concentration for programming. I was like, I don't deserve this. And then when I started quarantine, I gave myself a reality check. And I said, "Lee, are you really clutching on to what they told you, or were you genuinely just not trying hard enough?"
Yeah.
And I finally told myself, I think it's both. And I think you need to when I was in quarantine, my mental health was way better.
Yeah.
I had drastically improved. My confidence had gone up drastically. And I finally said, you know what? I'm going to do whatever I want.
Yes.
I'm going to start over.
Yeah.
I'm going to start learning how to code again. And I'm going to continue doing what I need to do to get where I need to be, because forget what they said. And if I have to deal with that as a woman in STEAM, I will take care of that silliness when it comes along.
Silliness. What a great word for that. Yes. All right, ladies, we are going to have to wrap up here, but I will give you like 10 seconds each to comment on that topic and bring us back into what made you guys stay and be encouraged to be in STEAM. I'm sure you've had similar experiences, maybe not as drastic, hopefully.
Yes.
But give me the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, I mean, core memory that I shared with Caitlin last night, loved math growing up, super nerdy, but I loved it. And when I was in 6th grade, there was one honors math class. There were 20 people in the class. Guess how many were girls? 5.
Yeah.
Out of 50.
5 is a common number, yeah.
Yeah, 5. 15 boys and 5 girls. Are you serious?
Yeah.
And it stuck with me all these years later. I mean, how old was I when I was in 6th grade?
Yeah.
But it was amazing that community those 5 girls had built up. And I knew that I had my best friends in that class.
Yeah.
And just because we were the only girls, and it's 6th grade. Boys don't want to talk to girls, you're excluded.
Middle school is hard.
It is hard enough as it is, but then to be in that environment that's not exactly the most encouraging, it was amazing to have those friends and build each other up. And I just
continued to find that community when I got to high school, when I got to college. And some of my best friends now, I mean, they are doing amazing things in STEAM. One's and from Stanford as well, and just has her bachelor's and master's in science. And I mean, girls that went to Georgia Tech, my roommates are all engineers from Georgia Tech. I mean, it's amazing to see that community that you can build up and continue to build to the next generation and the next, like in my young cousin and my nieces, and it's amazing. The last thing I'll say is my niece is 7 years old, and what she wants to be when she grows up is a scientist.
Awesome.
After
That's
seeing
great, yeah.
I showed her pictures from when I was in science lab, and she said, I want to be a scientist like you when I grow up.
That's awesome.
Not quite a scientist, but she could think so.
Hey, well, I hate to say it, Elon, but we're going to have to wrap there. I love that story. And I love that you just hit on that community, that tribe feeling.
Yeah.
That's what we're building here at WIT Yale Pros. So thank you for hitting on that. We will wrap very quickly. I just want to say thank you, ladies, for sharing your time and definitely being involved with WIT and volunteering. And thank you to everyone who's joining us virtually. The links are still out there. Again, shameless plug, but we are going to go on a quick break. Please rejoin us at 1:30 p.m. But we've got actually a special video from Paula Abdul. So hang tight with us just a few minutes, and then we'll go to break. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's me, Paula Abdul. Women in Technology want to thank their event guests for continually donating money to help them educate women of all ages about IT and STEAM. They cannot continue to offer free IT education to girls in middle school, high school, and college, and they can't continue to help the single mothers out there without the generous help and donation that you've given. So God bless you all. May 2021 be filled with so much love, laughter, joy, happiness, great friendship, good health, and abundance. I'm sending you all so much love.
Hi, this is Matt Ryan, quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons, and I just want to send a huge congratulations to the Women in Technology of Atlanta. Congrats to all of the scholarship winners, to the graduating class of 2020. We appreciate you. Congratulations. Cheers.
Hey everybody, Steve Young here, and I want to say a huge congratulations to the amazing Women in Technology. Congratulations to the scholarship winners. Congratulations to college graduates and the WIT single moms. Not only are you making a huge difference in your own lives and your family's lives, but you're making an incredible impact in your community. As a business partner and investor in technology, I know how challenging it can be. Just remember, it's all about self-improvement, about being better than you were the day before. Penny and the entire WIT board are here to support you, to mentor you, and will be with you all along your journey. So keep working, keep pushing, and keep striving. Congratulations to everybody.
My name is Andreen, and I am a single mom.
My name is Andriana Hamright, and I am a single mom.
My name is Ariel, and I am a single mother.
Hello, my name is Bernice, and I'm a single mother.
My name is Delilah, and I'm a single mom.
My name is Jacinth Thomas, and I am a single mom.
My name is Carmen, and I'm a single mom.
My name is Kathy, and I am a single mom.
My name is Kelly, and I'm a single mom.
My name is Kelsey, and I am a single mom.
My name is LaShonda, and I'm a single mother.
My name is Marilyn, and I'm a single mother.
Hi, my name is Nisha, and I am a single mother.
Hi, my name is Nikira, and I am a single mother.
My name is Shanina, and I'm a single mom.
Hi, my name is Sonia, and I am a single mom.
Hi, my name is Nicole, and I'm a single mom.
My name is Tiana, and I am a single mom.
Hi, I'm Tyranny, and I'm a single mom.
I am Lorraine, and I am a single mom. We are all part of WIT's Single Mothers Program, and will be cybersecurity technologists.
Hi, my name is Constance, and I am a single mom of 2 little girls and a part of the Women in Technology Single Mothers Program. Because of you, we have the opportunity to change our lives, and not just our lives, the lives of our children, the lives of our families. We have got to keep this program going. We have to keep it alive so that we can continue to reach and impact so many more women like me, women who need WIT, who need that support and that guidance, and who are joyful to be a part of the experience. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you to the sponsors, and thank you to WIT, and thank you to all of you who came out tonight to support us, to support WIT.
Mukes, board president for WIT. What a great day we're having so far. I want to personally thank everyone who's donated. Our goal is $20,000, so please go to the QR code or the link and be sure to give. I don't know how I got so lucky today, but I get to host this segment around some of our single mothers. And this is just one of my favorite programs that we're going to spend some time today chatting about it and bringing you up to date on 3 of our graduates. So I'm going to let each one of them introduce themselves. So give us your name and where you work. So, okay. Marilyn?
My name is Marilyn Scott. I'm a deviations analyst at Equifax, and I have a 4-year-old daughter.
My name is Andriana Hamright. I currently work at Macy's. I am a software engineer, and I have a 12-year-old daughter.
And my name is Kelly Gilbert, and I also work at Equifax. I'm an information security compliance analyst, and I have a 2-year-old daughter.
Well, all I can say is you've come a long way, baby. I'm so proud of you. You guys have done great. So let's talk a little bit about your journey since the Single Mothers Program. So let's think about what it was like to get started and then where you're at today. So why don't you share a little bit with us and the audience What was it like when you first thought about this program, and what was the big challenges at that point?
Well, for me, I was extremely nervous. I was nervous because I just became a mom. My daughter is 1 at the time, and I'm trying to take on something new. And I didn't know if I would be ready. And when I started, I'm like, okay, I'm building a little confidence. Like, I could do this. This isn't so scary. And now it's amazing. Like, I have the most amazing job ever. And just to be grateful for them to give me a chance. Like, this is something new, so I'm still learning and building my skills, but they saw my potential, and they've given me this opportunity to prove myself. And 6 months later, I'm still there, I'm thriving, I'm doing new things every day, and I enjoy it. And my management, hands down the best.
Oh, that's
so
awesome.
Supportive.
That's awesome. Marilyn, what about you?
So I was, out of school for 10 plus years. So I was faced with a lot of fear and a lot of personal challenges. And I'm so glad that I challenged myself, and to see where I'm at today has been so rewarding.
That's great. So what about you?
Sure.
Miss, Single Mother of the Year award winner.
I'm still humble about that. I thank the entire organization. What I thought about the program in the very beginning, and I'm going to be honest, I had lost all hope in life. I had no idea where I was going to go the following day. I had no idea how I was going to make it with myself and my daughter. And so some of you may know, but when I first found out about the program, I was going to a food pantry and got the announcement about the Women's Technology Program, Single Mothers Program. And so when I found out that I could apply for this program, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to take a risk into the deep end and say, I'm going to give life one last chance. And this program has completely changed my mindset on how I view, how I operate in life, how I survive for not just myself, but my daughter. So, again, it's a life change.
So I want to tell you, I've been part of your journey with you from the beginning when you were interviewing, and to see the confidence you have in yourself now from where you were at the beginning is just so incredible. And I'm proud of you. I hope you're proud of yourselves. And so if you're not, let me pat you all on the back because you've done a lot. When you started out the program, tell me a little bit about what your anticipations were. What did you think this Emory cybersecurity certification was really going to be, and has it met your expectations?
Well, to be honest, just the name Emory alone was very intimidating. And I was so nervous in the beginning, I even questioned my own ability. And there was a point where I was like, can I do this? And I almost wanted to back out. And but now that I pushed myself, and to see where I'm at today is just so rewarding, and I'm in a great position, and this program has just changed my life.
Mm-hmm. For me, when I found out about the program and started, it actually exceeded my expectations, because I just thought that we're just going to go to school, get this certification, and then figure out what we're going to do next. So for me, I was like, okay, well, this is something new for me. I can get a new skill set and go from there, not knowing all of the other additional services that were offered.
Right.
And that was like, oh my God, they're really building me up. They're just not throwing me out there to the wolves and, okay, here you go, here's your certification, figure it out. Y'all actually prepared us, and that was so perfect. I don't want to say perfect, but it was perfect. It changed me forever.
You were one of our moms that really took advantage of Sheltering Arms too. Can you tell us a little bit about what that did for you?
When I first signed up for the program and realized the time commitment. The first thing I thought was like, well, what am I going to do with my baby? I'm like,
all mothers think about.
And I was like, okay, well, you know what? I don't know if I could do this. And I said, well, if I sign up, I'll figure it out along the way.
Yeah.
So then when I found out about sheltering homes, I'm like, oh my God, like, you're going to watch my daughter for 8 hours? Like a whole 8 hours where I don't have to worry? That was the best part. And then for them to set up the lab for us so we could be there with them. So she's in the other room learning and playing with other kids, and I'm able to still watch her and learn in peace. With quietness, without, you know, my daughter, hey, mommy, I need something.
Right. That's awesome. Let me ask you, what did having a mentor along this journey mean to you? What was your mentor? How did that help?
My mentor was very special to me. Marcia, she was a single mother like I was. And so to know that she experienced firsthand a lot of similarities that I've experienced, it was really a blessing to me. I was able to say a text away, hey, do you want to meet? You know, FaceTime or whatever, do you want to meet? I'm going to an interview. You know, we're learning about this topic during class. So what do you feel about that? And with her being a woman in technology already and having the experience that she brought along on her belt, really helped me to take it step by step and day by day.
And a CIO.
And a CIO.
Yes, don't forget
a woman in technology and a CIO.
Marilyn, how was it like for you?
Yes, so Susan Clark, she works for Pfizer. She was my mentor, and she was so supportive. I honestly feel like I've known her forever. But we would meet once a week during the class, and even after we continued our meetings. But I would send her my research papers, and she would proofread them, you know, before to make sure everything looked good. And she's just been such a great support, and I really look up to Susan.
And what was your mentor?
My mentor was Sarah. Mm-hmm. She was amazing. We spoke every week. We sat down and actually went through the material of what I couldn't understand during the program. I would text her like, hey, Sarah, I'm not understanding this. Can we sit down? Sure, no problem. We're going to black out this time frame. And we would literally redo the entire class if I wasn't understanding the certain section. And my biggest one was artificial intelligence. This was the hardest part for me. And
did you take good notes? Because I may need them.
That was the most challenging part for me. And when I told Sarah, she said, no problem, Kelly, we're going to sit down and we're going to figure it out together.
That's great.
And even on a personal level, when I was telling her about all of the issues I had going on, she assisted me, like she helped me. So that was like, I needed that extra support.
And I'm so glad to hear that, because one of our taglines in WIT is women supporting women. And I think, you know, whatever level, whatever program, that's something we take, you know, to heart. And that really makes me feel great to hear that. So you guys went through 12 weeks. You got out. You got your certification. You have jobs. So what do? You have this certification. So tell me about your job and what you do. So, you know, tell everyone that's listening today what your role is.
Yep. So I am a deviations analyst at Equifax, which is a risk and compliance role. So basically, my team and I manage a process to make sure that Equifax is staying in compliance with various policies. We get to communicate with people all over the world. That's why I love Equifax, because it's so diverse. Even my whole team is in Costa Rica, and Equifax actually had them come out for the WIT Gala, so they were there to experience and support that night with me, and it was
awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yay, Bryson.
Yes.
What's your role?
Sure. My role, I am a software engineer, but I feel like I was gifted because not only did Macy's hire myself, but Macy's hired 4 other young ladies as part of the WIC graduation class. Their names were LaShonda, Bernice, Lorraine, and Shanina. So I call them the Fantastic Four. So I'm a little gifted in that area. Not only was I able to graduate, But my first day walking into orientation for the first day, I was able to walk in and I was greeted by the HR Human Resources staff. And so when I walked in, they were wonderful to me. And their names were Nicole and Tricala and Miss Sandy. So I walk in, I'm greeted by the HR staff. I look over, and it's the other 4 colleague graduates, and my heart, it just sunk. And so we go upstairs, and so we're getting introduced to the program and different things that's going on with the company. And so we start getting a breakdown of what's going to happen during our journey. And so the VPs are there, and they're just explaining to us that we get to go through a special program, being part of WIT. And so, yes, I was hired as a software engineer, but now I get to go through a special rotation. And I get to experience one of the most, or 5 of the most common areas within Macy's. So I've been through the cybersecurity program, I've been through infrastructure, I've been through networking, I've been through the operations, I've been through the access department, and now I'm kind of going through the program with the security side. So that's firewall prevention, and that's help desk. So I'm kind of gifted in that area, you know, no offense. But, and this is all what Macy's has brought to the table. So yes, I graduated with the certificate. Yes, this is my first time actually working within the cybersecurity, IT, information system realm. But Macy's is taking the time to not only invest in myself, but for other WIT colleagues.
That's wonderful.
Yes.
And thank you. Thank you, Laura Miller, and everyone at Macy's. We appreciate that. So tell us about your role.
Okay, well, I am biased. I'm at the best company, hands down. Equifax.
Have a little competition going there.
Yes. They are truly amazing. This is also my first role as far as technical. And I'm an information security compliance analyst. And my role is to monitor all of the applications and ensure that we stay in compliance for all of Equifax policies and procedures. When I first met my management team, hands down the best. Vamshi, Greg, and Ashid, they are amazing. We met once a week, and he was like, Kelly, whatever you need, I'm gonna make sure you're ready. And I'm like, well, you know, I still have a lot to learn. He was like, and that's okay. We know you could do it. And that's every meeting that was ended, they always said, we know you could do it. Like, we believe in you. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna shine. And I'm like, well, this is kind of new. I like having, management that actually support me.
Yes.
And actually giving me the tools to be prepared.
Yes.
I don't feel like I'm lost. I don't feel like I'm wondering like what's next. Like, they're always there. We're a phone call away, we're a chat away, whatever you need. And that I am grateful.
I think I love hearing these stories because it's not just Equifax and Macy's, it's also Global Payments, Cox Auto, Rollins, U.S. Bank. These are all companies that hired our single mothers. And I think if I had all the other single mothers here, they would be saying very similar things that you're saying. So we're very, very appreciative of the companies that support this program, and it's so important. So we have our second class. So you're the experts now. You are shining examples. You're rock stars. You're famous. Everyone's supporting you. But we've got our second class going through class now, and they're a little over halfway through. We may have other single mothers who are thinking about this program watching right now. We'll be watching this segment. So what would you tell them? What's your message to the class that's coming behind you, and the next class, and the next class, and the next class? What would you tell them about this experience and what it's done for you and your family?
I would tell them, don't be afraid and take a chance on yourself. Even when you don't believe, just know you could do whatever you put your mind to. And just remember, like me, now she's 2. We have grown through this program together. She's looking at me. I'm able to take her to so many different places. My job is so understanding and flexible. Like, I honestly say I feel free. Like, I feel free, and I have an amazing job. an amazing career that I know will expand further as time goes on.
That's awesome.
I would like to say that I think the majority of people miss out on opportunities based out of fear. So my advice to the single mom that is thinking about applying is to really take that leap of faith and trust the process. Women in Technology will be there to guide you the whole way. They'll hold your hand and you will be successful. You will come out of this with a career, and it's just an amazing opportunity, and you have to take it. You have to.
And for me, I just want to tell everybody, I agree with Kelly and Marilyn. I want everybody to know that you can speak up. WIT has actually put people in place, and not just WIT, Macy's too. Because one thing that I've also acquired working within Macy's is that I have a buddy, but it's my mentor as well. So as I go through the program in Macy's, I have somebody close to me that can continue to cheer me on. Mm-hmm. And so I would just give the words to speak up, speak out. Don't be afraid of how anyone's going to look at you. You know, how can you get help if you don't open your mouth? Mm-hmm. And so a mentor's here, love's here. There's love from everybody. What others really don't know is I'm actually a domestic violence survivor. And there's no way that I would be here without a mentor and a love from WIT. WIT has tremendously been there and shown me, hey, I'm here. There's love. People literally love you. God has put people in place to bless you and to be with you along the way. So don't be afraid to speak up. Speak up and speak out. Yes, there will be fear. Yes, somebody may say, wow, she went through that. But I guarantee you someone will have your back. There will be people put in place to have your back, to tell you it's okay. And keep going, keep striving.
You know, I think the thing, and I appreciate you saying that, is everybody has a journey they go through. It's just a different road, a different path, right? But I think that's why so many people have embraced this program and have embraced you and embraced WIT, because I can't tell you how many men contribute to this program because they were raised by a single mom, or, you know, they were a single dad. And so the struggles are there. There's the different levels. I think the thing too, I'd like to talk a little bit about the placement process, right? Because it was a lot non-traditional. It's not like you had a resume and you sent it in or you applied online, right? So we had a little bit of a different, non-traditional way of getting you jobs. But I want to talk about that a little bit because I think that's kind of the world we're in today, right? There's so much need. There's so many jobs out there. And companies realize that they can't always go the traditional route. There may need to be other ways to look at filling the need. Every single mother we placed is in an important role, in an important job, that had we not gone down the path of, you know, sharing your stories and your profiles, they would have missed out on you. Right? So let's talk for just a few minutes about the process you went through to get to the job you're at today, because it wasn't traditional, right? So, but it probably was a little scary at the beginning, wasn't it?
Very much. Yes.
So, let's talk a little bit about, you know, I think you guys had a little preparation for interviews and been able to get a lot of support. So how did that help you with your confidence level?
Well, the process was, again, we continued to stay in contact with our mentor, and I remember saying, hey, I just got a call or an email saying, do you want to interview with this company? And at this point, I never said no to any interview that I was invited to. I'm like, yes. And so I get this opportunity to meet with 3 gentlemen from the Macy's company. And so I'm reading the email and I'm just going down a list. And so I go to LinkedIn, you know, and I search their names. I'm like, oh, Mike Manoogan, Larry, oh gosh, these are VPs. But no, these are actually VPs of the company. I'm not meeting with a HR assistant or a colleague or an advisor. I'm straight up through, you know. And so I respond back to the email and I said, sure, book the earliest time, you know, put my daughter in school, and we're on Teams. And so it was so welcoming to go through the interview process. I'm originally from up north, and so growing up, all I knew about was Macy's. Down here in Atlanta, you know, you have the Mall of Georgia, Lenox Mall, and Perimeter, but up north, it's like Macy's. And so I'm interviewing, I'm going through, and I'm like, hi. You know, and I'm like, oh, you pronounce my name as Andriana. And so one of the VPs goes, oh, okay, great. You're going to correct me every time about your name. And that's great. That's a great skill set that we need with Macy's. So that process was very welcoming, especially them telling me that they've been with the company for over 20 years, 30 years. That's a company that really cares about its colleagues.
And for me, when we started the interview process, I think I interviewed at least 5 or 6 different times before I interviewed with Equifax, and I enjoyed the fact that all of the jobs kind of geared toward my current skill set. Like, my background was in physical security, so I had some type of knowledge as to what the job may detail. Not all of it, but just a little bit. So I was a little comfortable. All of my interviews went great until I read the description for Equifax. I was like, nope, that's it. That's the one that I want. Like, this is where I need to be. Like, this is my job. So the day of the interview, my daughter was enrolled at Sheltering Arms. They had a COVID scare, so I had to go pick her up. Wow. So the first thing I was thinking, like, how am I going to interview with my toddler? I know she's going to wake up, and this is going to be a disaster. But she did good for the first 10 minutes of the interview. And I was interviewing with Greg, vice president, and Vamshi, my manager now. And she woke up screaming and hollering, and I was still talking. And Greg was like, well, Kelly, it's okay if you get her. And I said, no, she's going to be okay. I have to finish talking, and then I'm going to tend to her. And after the interview, the first thing I thought, I'm like, oh my God, I bombed that interview. Like, I literally, like, they're going to think I was ignoring my daughter. And I'm like, no, I didn't want to do that. But I wanted them to see that I was focused. Right. Like, I can't let little distractions distract me. Yeah. And that was one thing they said after I got hired. It was like, you just zoned out like she wasn't there. And I'm like, yeah, she was there. But I knew this was important.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. How was yours?
So when I interviewed with Equifax, the hiring manager was letting me know about all the women in security and all the different types of programs they have, and she was very, very encouraging. And when she told me all that, I was like, I want Equifax. I hope I get it. I hope I get it. And I thought I did bad in my interview, but I did good, and I got the job, and I'm so thankful.
You know, as we're wrapping up, I hope those who are watching today on the stream and even later understand how important this program is. And this is 3 wonderful examples of what happens when you just care and you give people a hand up. And so that's what we really wanted to do in this program, is just kind of clear the road a little bit for these, you know, incredible women to be successful, and they are. And we're just so proud of this program. So please give today so we can continue this program going forward. The other thing I want to say to each of you, I went back and I occasionally look at the documentation we got from all of you as I was preparing to call these companies to talk about you. And every single one of you, some of the feedback was that you were leaders, that you showed leadership. And, you know, I just want to tell you guys that I see how you've grown. Boy, Equifax and Macy's sure are lucky to have you guys. And if you'll remember, I think I told you at graduation, once you get a job in IT, you can work for the rest of your life for as much as you want to and have a really good career ahead. So we're proud of you. We're proud for you. We're going to take a break. We'll be back at 2:30. We have a new program we're going to announce, but we want to thank everyone for joining us today. Thank all of you. You're rock stars. We're so proud of you. God bless you. Have a great holiday. And thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, this is Drew Brees, quarterback for the New Orleans Saints. I'd like to encourage you all to donate to an amazing cause. Women in Technology empowers and educates women to pursue careers in IT. And this fundraiser will help offer IT education for free to girls in school to help them pursue their dreams. What a great cause, what a great organization, and what a great intent to continue to make this world and our country a better place. And offer opportunities for all. Thank you.
Hi, it's Dionne Warwick. And this is for all those wonderful young ladies that WIT has helped in the past and are looking forward to helping in the future. What is better than education? Nothing. Trust me, I know. You know, unless you want to know and have to have knowledge to know that, education is the key. WIT, Women in Technology, they all feel that way about you and many more like you. So, I'm asking you to buckle up, take the ride with them. It could be a lot of fun and a lot of benefit in later years. So take good care of yourselves, study hard, and make us all proud.
It's so important to me that we support WIT both as professionals and individuals, but also from a company perspective, because building a world-class team requires diversity. Being a world-class company, building world-class products, making sure that we are living our purpose of helping people live their financial best means that we need a team that resembles the communities in which we serve. And that means that we need a very diverse team full of women from all backgrounds. We need women to make up our team at all layers, at all levels, and in all roles, because that helps us build a better product, be a better company, and be a great place to work.
Being supporters of women and of WIT and women in technology and women pursuing STEAM education and STEAM careers is important to us on many levels, but really became an advocate. I've had such strong female leaders in my life, but especially raised by a single mom who had a 30-year career, successful career in telecom and engineering here in Atlanta, and she's just set a good example for me, and I'd say for my sister, and definitely just kind of set the bar high in regards to expectations, not just for myself, but also what I would use as a bar to to get involved and definitely help advocate for other females pursuing technology careers and STEAM careers.
I think it's so vital for us to be advocates for women in STEAM, because the numbers don't lie. When you look across our various industries and the various STEAM career opportunities out there, clearly there's a problem. Clearly that's why organizations like WIT exist. It's what prompted me to start my own foundation, the IT Girls Foundation, targeting 4th and 5th grade girls who were interested in STEAM opportunities in their lives that they otherwise may not have had the chance to get exposure to. So I think until we see the numbers change, then how can we expect true inclusion of women in STEAM to really change? So I think without that advocacy, without people paying attention to it in a very intentional manner, we're going to be stuck in the same cycle and things will never get better.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Women in Technology Giving Tuesday. It has been a day so far filled with just inspiring stories, great guests, and we're just so happy to be here and so glad that you're with us today.
We are so excited to share with you a new program that's going to start in January. It's a program that really closes the loop to what the WIT mission's been all about. As we all know, there are so many needs in technology today. There's so many more jobs than there are people. And building that pipeline is a constant challenge. As you know, over 2 million women have opted out of the workforce as a result of COVID. At WIT, we're going to be intentional about filling that pipeline and responding to the needs of our sponsors in our community to start getting more women in STEM careers.
We are so excited about this program, and what it is going to be called, we're so excited, is going to be called WIT Career Connections. And what this program is all about is exactly what Patty said. It is going to be a very intentional program focused on how do we train up talented women in technology. So what we're doing is we're partnering with Emory, and we have proven that the Single Mothers program works. The cybersecurity program that these phenomenal single moms have gone through, it works. And so what we want to do is expand that. And we want to expand that to all the other women that are in our community. And so what we're offering is the opportunity to get skilled and trained, hands-on training from Emory in cybersecurity as well as data analytics. So what this means is any woman that is in career transition, any woman that is interested in being in technology, you have the opportunity at a very low upfront cost, very, very low, is you're able to go through this training just like our single moms and get certified in either cybersecurity or in data analytics. But here is how this program is going to work. If you have no experience in technology, we have partnered with Emory to create a technology fundamentals course. So what this means is you will go through a 5-week course that will train you in the basics of just technology. What is OS versus hardware? What is an IP address? Some of the basics that some people that are not in technology do not understand. So we're going to have you go through a certification program with Emory and learn those basics. Now, as you're going through this program, the other thing we want to offer is we want you to understand what it means to be a cybersecurity analyst, what it means to be a data analyst. So we've created another program where we're going to interview every other week an expert in these fields. And we're going to call it the day in the life of. So as we're interviewing a cybersecurity expert, you're able to hear, what does their day look like? We're going to ask them, what do you do all day? What are the skills that you need? What are the good things and the bad things? And what are the things that you love about that job? And that way, if you're interested in a job in cybersecurity, now you're able to hear day in and day out what a security analyst does. And we're going to do the same thing for data analytics. And as emerging technology comes across, and we're going to actually add other technology courses on there so that we're always changing and always evolving and always growing. So when our women finish their technology fundamentals course, you're able to know exactly which curriculum or which track you want to go down. And then you immediately start in a cybersecurity track or a data analytics track. You will take a 12-week course, and if you pass the course, if you stay until your finals and you get a 90% or higher in the course, then we will take the next step and place you in a job at no cost. But here's the piece that is so spectacular about this, and this is where I'm going to hand it to you, Patty, to cover off this next piece.
Absolutely. So Penny and I, as we were planning through this program, we sat down and literally came up with a number of companies who reach out to us almost every week, wanting us to help them with their pipeline to hire in the technology field. And we came up with close to 30 companies. So hopefully we have some of those companies listening to us right now, but we're going to be intentional about helping you find women to take the jobs you need. And this is going to be in the cybersecurity area, cloud area, data, again, knowing the fundamentals. We're going to be intentional about this. So we're going to be working with you to identify certain number of positions that you need filled in these areas. And we're going to be very intentional about getting the pipeline set up for you, and we're very excited about this. This is the way we're going to make a dent in this, because it's not going to go away. As you know, every single thing that's being written right now is saying that for the next 10 years we're going to have a talent shortage. Now, it's a little bit of the non-traditional way of finding talent, but we've proven how valuable it is to take this approach. We've been very successful with our Single Mothers program because there are those entry-level, those mid-level positions that the women who go through these programs and get these certifications will be perfect for.
Exactly. And the piece that I think, we keep saying this word intentional, because it is intentional. Right now, we have women that have been out of the workforce, that left the workforce because of COVID, and are now trying to get back into the workforce, but they may not have that technology talent. And we all know that, through COVID, technology lasted. All those jobs, it actually grew. The demand actually grew. And so what we want to do is be very intentional in how we connect companies with women. And they're not going to have the traditional background, the traditional resume, the traditional LinkedIn profiles. And so that is where, with Patty's talent, is being able to connect these two together, and so that we ensure the best experience, not only for the company, but also for our women who we serve.
So hopefully you see how we're closing the circle. We are starting with girls. We have girls program with girls. We have the campus program, the YoPro, the Women in Careers, the board readiness. It's all about keeping women in the workforce in STEM. So we're going to be contacting our sponsors who have shown an interest in this, and we're going to be sharing more information. Application, the process is going to open up in December, so more will be out on our website. We'll be sharing a lot more information on our social media. So we're very excited about this next program. It's the next step for WIT.
And the other things we're going to be adding on to that are the traditional other opportunities we had as part of the old WIT Careers program. So we will still offer our leadership courses, But the part that I'm very excited about is our partnership with Microsoft, where we will be able to offer courses, hands-on courses to teach some of our women that may not be as familiar with the Microsoft products. So we're going to teach you Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, PowerPoint, SharePoint, and Teams, some of the critical tools that you will use when you start your profession in corporate America. So that will also be part of this offering, and so we're very, very excited about that as well.
So it's all going to be about great companies connecting with great talent, and we're very excited about it. So we're going to close out this segment, and we're going to be able to listen to some great music from Hero. We'll see you in a little bit.
Bye.
Thank you.
My lonely days are over, and life is like a song. Oh yeah, at last the skies above are blue, and my heart was wrapped up in clover. The night I looked at you, I found a dream that I could speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill that I have never known. Oh yeah, when you smile, oh, and then a spell was cast, and here we are in heaven. For you are
Being on the WIT board has really enabled me to play an influential part in reshaping the paradigm of talent in STEAM fields. WIT's sole aim of advancing women in technology from the classroom to the boardroom, to me, really says it all. And while I've been very fortunate with an amazing career over the last 25 years in technology, I know it's not the norm. Raising 2 daughters and a son and experiencing firsthand how little they understand or were exposed to understanding opportunities in the tech field really made me reflect on how much more we have to do to expose our younger generations, and especially our girls, to all the amazing opportunities in technology. As a firm believer in leaving the world a better place than you find it, I think being a part of defining and establishing programs to help bring that top-notch talent to the tech fields that frankly might otherwise go untapped is really a game changer. And that's why I joined the WIT board.
Being on the board is so important to me, as I'm afforded the opportunity to help accelerate and continue advancing all aspects of women in technology, especially driving global growth during such a critical time like this, through all the fantastic programs that WIT has to offer towards girls, youth, women of all spectrums of their career in STEAM. I am grateful for this opportunity and look forward to continuing to serve WIT for many, many years to come.
Hi. After spending months, living in this new world with the pandemic, I've spent a lot of time thinking about how I needed to give back to people. And, I've been really fortunate in my own career, and I thought this would be a great time to invest in women. I have 2 daughters, so this is very personal to me, and I wanted to make a real impact in women's lives. And so being on the board just gives me the opportunity to do that and really give back to the next generation of female leaders. WIT has been such a great organization helping women in our community. I wanted to see how we can help women with their own careers in STEAM and share what I've learned and the skills I've developed over the years to help other women be successful. I'm very excited to be on the WIT board and hopefully make an impact in some women's lives. I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you so much.
Welcome back. I'm so excited for this segment. We're going to be talking about our new program that we started in 2021, Board Readiness for Executive Women in our community. And I have 2 of our Board Readiness attendees that are in the program now, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and we're going to share some information about the program. So would you, Andrea?
Yes. So I'm Andrea Cando. I lead product at Paya, and I am just so thrilled to be here. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you.
And I am Sakai Crook. I'm the Senior Director of Digital Manufacturing and Innovation at Westrock, and I am also excited to be here as well.
And actually one of our WIT award winners this year, so congratulations on that too. Thank you. So the board readiness, so one of our tagline at WIT is we support girls and women from the classroom to the boardroom, and this year we're actually able to put a program in place for women for boards. And that really came about because while we have 28% of the boards have diversity or a woman on the board, that's a long way to go to be where we should be. We should be 50-50, I think. And so we still have a long way to go. So we started this program, and I think you guys know one of the first words we say is intentional. If you want to be on the board, you have to be intentional about it. So what's this program mean to you, and why did you sign up for it?
I guess I'll kick us off. I think for the last couple of years I've been thinking about joining a board or at least getting board ready. I was not sure exactly what that looked like, and I'll say this a lot throughout this conversation around fit being very important. And when I had a chance to really be a part of the WIT Awards program, learn so much more around WIT, it allowed me to find a program that brought both of my passions together. 1, wanting to join the board, but then 2, also with an organization that's really thinking about a woman from the beginning, from the classroom all the way to the boardroom, and that was important to me. I want the passion of what I'm doing to also transcend into the board, and so for me, that's what made me really excited about being a part of this group. Great.
Yeah, I mean, much of the same, and I would say just what this program means to me is really just about learning a completely different language, right? And really having a lot of exposure to some amazing women, right? Like Sakai and others that are part of the program, and B, really just hearing a lot of perspectives and really learning about how, obviously I have a goal to be serve on boards as I progress in my career, but also really just understanding how to get there, and some of the things that we talk about in those sessions and learn about will help me be better in my non-board job, right? In my day job as well. So it's been a really, really amazing program, and I'm just so thrilled to be a part of it. It's packed full of information and very high energy and high speed, but I've been getting so much out of it.
Well, great. I'm so glad to hear that. So for those of you who don't know about this program, Jean Hawley and Marva Baylor and I, along with Penny Collins, started this program with the intent to get more women on boards who were in our community. We have 15 incredible females part of this, all from different companies, and we're so excited. And you're right, boy, we've talked about some things that, like a CV is not a resume, how you present yourself, all of that's very different than traditionally if you're looking for a job. So let's talk about that a little bit. What was that aha moment that you kind of had so far about how we have to present ourselves?
I think it was in the most recent session, right, where it was the CV is not a resume and neither is your interview process, right? So you really have to put yourself in a very different mindset and lean in to a board interview with the perspective of this is what I'll do for you, right? They know your background, they've vetted you, that you're sitting there because you're qualified to be there, and you really need to make sure that you're talking about how you're adding value and really preparing yourself. So it's just a very different process that I don't think I would have thought through until after I made mistakes the first time. So this will help me not make those mistakes.
No, I love that, and I think with each session, I'm like feverishly writing notes. So I don't know if there's any 1 or 2 or 50 aha moments. There's just multiple aha moments that's kind of building on top of each other. I think one from our first session, when we discovered that we could be ready for boards now, that I think I initially went in there with a thought process that it was really a retirement strategy.
That's why you're relevant.
And it's now. And so that was really, really good. I think with the next session where we had an actual board member join and us actually listen to him talk about his journey and him really explain to us that this is a journey. It is not a one time, it is a process so that we can understand what next steps we need to take to kind of get there. I think it was really good with Marva, with her really explaining to us, as you mentioned, this is different. Board is it's sort of like fingers out, nose in. I think that's the explanation I'll give there, and that's really asking probing questions. So I think to answer the question, there was just so much rich information. It's kind of hard to kind of find that one thing that was kind of that aha moment.
So do you feel like now you have the confidence as we're getting towards the end of the program to really begin pursuing this very aggressively to be on a board now?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I absolutely 100%. And I think, again, when I started, I had fear and ignorance, and not in a bad way, but just fear and ignorance that you just don't know what you don't know. And I think you guys addressed all of that. You addressed the fear component, you addressed the knowledge that we just didn't have. And I think with our cohort and with you, it's still going to be, we're still going to be together through this journey as each one of us join board. And we're like, how did that go? What did you learn? We'll still be growing after this. But absolutely, I think the confidence and the knowledge has been unparalleled. So yes.
I mean, there's no other program like this, right? Just like, I would say, just like, every other program that WIT sponsors and leads, it is unique in that it really fosters and meets a lot of, kind of a 360 view of what you need as a woman to be successful in your next phase in your career, right? So you not only are learning a lot of information, you're networking with people, you're interacting with people, you're also talking in a very, very truthful, open, candid, and intentional way about the experiences that people have and where you can have pitfalls, and just as we as women approach things differently, we learn differently, we interview differently, all of those things, right? And so just to have that really, really unique perspective is so important and so valuable.
You know what I think is so special about this whole organization, and especially this program, is, we say women supporting women. And I think that's really what we do. And I think that's the program, every phase of what we do, it's we're supporting each other. And I think sometimes, women kind of get the, misrepresented as, they don't help each other or their cattiness or things like that. And I don't experience that in this community. I feel like we're helping each other, and I think we sincerely want everybody to succeed in whatever path they take. So do you feel that in your daily dealings with WIT?
I agree, and I think it kind of goes back to the reason why I chose this board program versus others is because I know that you are intentional about the growth of women throughout this entire journey. So you are invested. This is not just a program to you, it's a mission. It's a passion. So 100%, yes, we have the support we need now. We're going to have support we need later on as we go forward. So yes.
I would also say, I think, again, as with most WIT programs, right, the success that that WIT measures its programs by, right? So this program will be considered successful if women are placed on boards.
Absolutely.
And that's really important, right? Because I think a lot of other investments that in our career cycle, right, where we are, is really around sort of finishing the activity or the course or whatever the case may be. But WIT really follows through and makes sure that you're successful, and how you define success is actually in a job, a placement, a promotion, a board placement, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, and I love the way we approach it. Is if you do your part, we're going to do our part, right? And so we're going to put the right companies in front of the right companies, the right search firms that place boards. And the other thing I think we've learned a lot about in this journey about our board readiness is it's about your network and how much you let people know you want to be on a board, right?
Yes.
So think about today, 2 people here on this panel, they're part of this board. So as we're sharing this in our social media and with other people, it's all about letting other people know, I want to be on a board, I'm interested in being on a board. And that goes against a little bit of our grain, right? To say, I want this, can you help me get that? So those are some things that I think we're bringing to the table as well. So is that a little out of your comfort zone?
It is, absolutely, because I think today when I posted, which was my first time sharing that I'm going through this program, beyond a small group of people to all my friends on LinkedIn, it felt a little bit like, okay, I'm saying I'm really doing this now. And I'm letting the world know I'm doing this. And so absolutely, it's outside of our comfort zone, but it's kind of what we need to do to grow and to make the impact that we need to make. So yes.
So you're the first class. You're the first group to go through this, and we hope to be doing this again in the spring. So what advice would you give to other women in your company or in your network, or who may be listening about taking on something like this? Because there's a cost to it, and there's time commitment, and there's other things.
So a couple things I would say is, you're more ready than you think. Number one. And
you don't have to be a C-level.
No, you don't have to be a C-level. You are more ready than you think. And I would encourage anyone who, to reach out to any of the current cohort and future as well, and happy to discuss how the experience has been and share my thoughts on that if you aren't hearing them now. But I would also say, I think it talk to your company, talk to your leadership, get some sponsorship behind you. Being on a board is good for business, right? It's good for you. It's good for your current company. And obviously diversity in boards is an important aspect of all of this. And so I would say, you do need to really think about, you really do need to think about the investment and the commitment. But I will also say, I can't really imagine many scenarios where, your company wouldn't sponsor you. I really don't. It would be bad for them not to, right? So.
No, and I second everything you shared. I think it's important to understand that you're going to give and you're going to grow. you're going to give, and you're going to grow through this process. You're going to give to that organization that you joined the board. You're going to give them your expertise, your advice, ask great questions, but you're also giving, like you mentioned, to your organization, because it's going to make you smarter. It's going to give you insight as you take back to the organization you work for. But then I also, just the growth perspective of being a part of this program, being a part of a board, you're going to get to grow. So there's not a lot of things you do in life where you get to give and grow at the same time. I do think as we, a lot of the questions we get is around, do we need more inclusion? Do we need more diversity on boards? It's always something about that question that makes me think, who would say no, we don't?
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
We're asking, who would say no, we don't? I mean, that's have better ideas, that's more innovation, that's the ability to recruit great talent. This is giving you a competitive advantage. And so to me, when I get that question, I always want to kind of turn around and say, who would say we don't need inclusion? So no, it's been a really good experience.
That's everything in life. Why would you not want to have diversity?
Yes,
Because
that's right.
the world is, you're responding to the world, and so I love it. So obviously we're here today as, WIT gives on our Georgia Give Day, and how important it is to give to WIT to continue these programs. So, as we're kind of wrapping up, can you just what does WIT mean to you? I mean, it's more than this program, I hope, and what does it mean to you as personally? What does it mean to your company? What does it mean to your network? Let's chat a little about that.
So, I mean, WIT for me is, I think, the ultimate energizer and ultimate motivator. It is really a chance to, it's very enriching. Every time I'm in any type of WIT program, and I've been in many, I always leave there, and I mean, people can tell, I just left a WIT event, and I'm so energized, and really, so for me, personally, it's very motivating, right? But professionally, I've made a lot of contacts and had a lot of opportunities presented to me. I mean, I'm sitting here today, right? Through my involvement with WIT. So I just think it's so critical to keep all of these programs going, to donate, and to make sure that we, as individuals and a, corporate community are really sponsoring all of the great work that WIT does kind of across the board. There's just no other program like it, and there's no other organization like it.
No, I agree. I think completely comprehensive. This morning, while my daughter was leaving, she's 17, and she was leaving to go to school, I said, I'm going under WIT, I'm going to be on a camera, and I'm going to be talking about being on a board. And she's like, what is a board? So I could explain to her what it was. And she's a 17-year-old teenager, and she turns around to me and she says, go, Mom.
Yeah.
Energize.
Isn't that great?
Go. So that is what WIT is all about.
Yeah.
That one go mom.
Yep.
That is what WIT is all about. And so, yes.
And it was like at the WIT Awards, how many people had their daughters with them?
Yes.
That was just,
Yes.
so
Yes.
inspiring to me,
Yes.
because this is the one organization that it can be, you bring your daughters,
Yes.
you bring your sisters, you
Yes.
bring,
Yes.
your grandmothers. It's
Yes.
because there's everything here for someone, and that's what we're so proud of. And
That
so-
event made quite, all of my daughter's in WIT girls too, but all of those events and the WIT awards event, it all made such an impression on her.
Absolutely.
So it's really.
So we're full circle now. We have everything from WIT Girls to board readiness, and now we'll be starting our new program, WIT Career Connections, and so excited to be able to close that loop. I want to thank you both for just being here today, giving us your time. You're both incredible women in our community. Again, congratulations to you. That says so much about your impact in your company and our community. And that's the kind of leadership we have in Atlanta, and we're so lucky. But thank you very much. We will be back at 5 o'clock with our final segment with a couple of our board members and advisory council, and looking forward to wrapping it up for the day. So thank you so much. Welcome back. We are coming to the close of a great day. Georgia Gives and so many people who've been able to participate in today's event to really share more information about our programs. Boy, we have a great group with us now. We have representatives from our WIT board and our WIT advisory council, so I'm going to let each one of them introduce themselves. And Kenyatta, let's start with you.
Sure. So first of all, thank you for having me, Patty and Penny. It's always an honor to be here with my WIT family. I'm Kenyatta Walker. I serve as the Vice President of Operations for Cisco IT, so in our internal IT department. And in addition, I serve on the Advisory Council for Women in Technology.
But moving to our WIT board.
But I am moving to the WIT board in January.
Yeah.
So.
All right. And my name is Betsy Robinson. I'm the founder and CEO of Tier 4 Group, which is one of the fastest growing talent and professional services firms in the U.S., based here in Atlanta, Georgia. I've been involved in WIT for going on 17 years, and I'm a member of our advisory council. Thanks for having me today.
You bet. It is an honor, a pleasure to be here. I have been involved with WIT for over 20 years. So is it passion and in my heart? Absolutely, part of the heartbeat. I'm Vicki Wright Hamilton. I am the founder and CEO of BWH Consulting. We provide executives and C-level advisory on strategy, on technology strategy around change management, program management, and executive coaching. And I am currently on the advisory council. I have been president and other things along the way, but it is my honor and privilege to serve on the advisory council underneath Patty and Penny.
Always hard to follow Vicki. Thank you, Patty and Penny, for putting me in this spot. But it is a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Penny and Patty, for inviting me. My name is Monica Mueller. I'm a Senior Vice President at Softensity, a management consulting firm focused on software development. I've been on the board finishing my third year of directors and just honored to be part of this organization.
So we are honored. It's funny, Penny Patty. Did you like that? I was noticing as you were talking. Yeah, exactly.
P squared.
But it is completely our honor to have you guys here today. We could not think of a better group to have with us as we close this all-day event that we've been having. And we want to thank all of you for sticking with us. It has been a long day, I know, but hopefully it's been very informative as we walk you through who it is. Who is it that we serve? Who do we partner with to ensure that we get more women into technology and we continue to serve our community? And speaking of serving our community, my question is going to go out to all of you, but I want to start out with Vicki, if you can answer this first. You all are incredibly busy women. I mean, we just talked about what you do, the roles that you have. How do you find time to be part of the advisory council, which we do ask you guys to do a lot for us as we try to serve our community? So, Vicki, how do you find time to do it?
Let me tell you, I make time. I make time because I'm very passionate about it. We all know that when you love what you do, it becomes easy, and you put time on your schedule to make it happen. I thoroughly enjoy the opportunities that I've been given to work with the single mothers. It is a phenomenal program. I've been a single mom. I know what it's like. I know the challenges that they face. The other piece is with all the other programs that we offer. When I was coming up in technology, I didn't have anybody to look up to. And giving them an opportunity to see someone that says, you know what? If they can do it, I can do it too. So I always made a commitment to give back because I want to see more women around the table. I want to see more African Americans in leadership positions and making decisions. So making time, that's a no-brainer. It's just something that's ingrained in me.
Amen. I just want to say amen. Monica, how about you?
I think Vicki's completely right. You make time for the things that are important in your life. And when I learned about the WIT organization about 3 years ago, I knew that I wanted to have more purpose. I think as you get older and mature in your career and you look back and you realize how lucky you've been and all the people that have mentored you, you want to be able to give back. It gives you purpose. It helps you to have a great reason to spring out of bed in the morning. And Women in Technology was one of the only organizations that I found that really had impactful programs. Like I could see the impact of the programs and I knew immediately this was an organization I wanted to give my time to. So as Vicki said, you make the things that you love a priority, and this is absolutely a priority for me.
Amazing. Betsy.
I agree with you, make time. When I was in my 20s and just graduating from college, and that was when I first started getting involved in WIT on the business development committee. I was involved in a lot of different things. Then you get married, you become a mom, you have all these other things. I founded a company. And so, to the point of making time, what you're passionate about and what you have time for, you really have to prioritize. And so it's been evident to me over the past 17 years, WIT has continued to be at the top of my priority list. But also in my career and in my job, we are on the forefront of finding talent and running projects for amazing organizations, from venture-backed startups that are doing amazing things across the U.S. to some of the largest Fortune 500s. And so I'm on the front lines, and my team is on the front lines every day, seeing that our job is not done. So that's why I'm still involved in WIT, and will be involved as long as somebody's going to have me, whether it's an advisory council position or not. But it's because we have a huge gap to fill. The gap was there pre-COVID. The gap has widened as this pandemic has happened and the shift to remote work has happened, but it's also a huge opportunity for our organization. And so I'm still just as passionate as I was 17 years ago, and I'm still just as fired up that we have a big job to do, and it's not done. We're making amazing strides, but I'll be here as long as there's a gap to fill.
You can see why. You can see why they're here and part of the advisory council. Kenyatta, how about you?
So sure, I didn't mention earlier, but I actually started volunteering with WIT back in 2011 when I left my consultant workforce, and I wanted to kind of explore and see something new. What I found in WIT, though, that has continued to keep me involved is and it's similar story to Vicki, right? Similar story to many of the women. There just weren't others that looked like me. I was a software engineer right out of school. I started off software development, and every decision and everything that I had to go through, I felt like I went through it alone. And I just felt like that no one else should have to do that, right? No other woman, no other Black woman should have to go through being the only person in the room and having to figure it out. And for me, that passion has just continued to resonate with. I make time because I do believe that, the mission that WIT has, and being a passionate advocate, it just makes sense, right? And I also look at it, now I have a daughter I started off with programming in middle school. So it was like even a more re-engagement to say, all right, you're in middle school now, going to 6th grade, you need to learn this. She's rebelled totally against going in STEM, but she really likes sciences, so she just hasn't figured out she's still in our group. But for me, it's just been a part, and I called it earlier my WIT family. So I've really, when I go out and I go into the community, and when I run into Betsy, I run into Monica, I run into Vicki, I feel like it's a family. Yeah. When I see the ladies in WIT, and they mean so much. I reach out periodically to each of the women for advice, for coaching, just learning personally as well. So it's been a give and take. I've had the opportunity to give and serve, but I've also had an opportunity for a lot of the women who are part of this organization to pour back into me.
The reason WIT started was because a group of women got together and said, there's nobody that looks like me in my company, right? Because there weren't enough women. And so I think that, for me, we're all passionate about this, right? That's why we're here, and that's why we serve. We've come a long way, but we have a long way to go still. We're just not where we need to be. So, I think we're intentional about trying to change the world one person at a time, one girl at a time, one single mother at a time, one professional at a time. So why do we still need to keep, why do we need to still keep doing? And why is this so important that, this passion we have, why do we need to still push this in your mind right now?
Parity does not exist.
I still find myself being the only woman at the table, and that's just not acceptable anymore. We need to continue to push because we have so much talent, right? And if we kind of look at our careers, we've been very lucky. We've probably, all of us have had mentors that have guided us, right, that have given us opportunity. But it was sort of accidental. We were at the right place at the right time, seized the right opportunity. But our programs at WIT are intentional. Anybody can come in and plug in and get that mentorship, get that networking, get that training, get that access, so that they can find themselves at the boardroom. Because honestly, I would love to see more women right, at the tables that we all sit in every single day. So that's why we've got to keep pressing forward.
And you know, I think the other thing for me is equity. We still don't have equity. And I will tell you that, unfortunately, and I'm, at my age and growing up, I didn't have mentors. I didn't have anyone to talk to. I was truly alone. And sitting around the table, all of the things that you have to navigate, from politics to strategies to understanding and reading tea leaves, I had to learn that by accident, by myself. I had to make mistakes and let those mistakes be the grounds for my growth to be able to move forward. So I feel like even today, as a small business owner, as a black woman, I am still fighting to get through the doors. I am still fighting to have opportunity. I'm still fighting for companies to believe in small organizations because it's that risk factor. Can we afford that risk? So we got a long way to go, and it's not going to end anytime soon. And the other thing is as our workforce is turning to more to more women and more minorities coming into the workplace, if we don't do something about it, when we get into this real talent shortage, it's going to be horrible, because the skill sets won't be there, the opportunities won't be there. But guess what? People do the work. So who's going to do the work when we aren't there to serve?
And I think it's all about women supporting women.
Absolutely.
I think that's what this organization's all about. So we have to lift each other up. We have to constantly bring these things to the table. We have to constantly be talking about them. But you know what we do? We solve problems.
Yes.
And we have to constantly be working to solve these problems.
Yes.
So you mentioned WIT is intentional. Give me an example of how you feel WIT has been intentional.
I mean, let's look at the Single Mothers
Let's
Program.
look at Single Mothers.
Let's do that. Yeah. Could there be a better example? I mean, the program that has been created. I mean, we were just talking before about if we did a before and after, right, of these amazing single women and how they have progressed in all aspects of their life, right? So we've given them opportunity, training, removed every hurdle that they face on a daily basis. I mean, I couldn't be prouder, and I couldn't think of a more example of how we've been intentional.
Perfect.
And we
Go ahead.
I would say, and we've listened. It's not like we're sitting around a room and someone has an idea and there's no merit behind it, or it's something we just want to try. We're hearing from our sponsors, from the organizations we serve, from the communities that we're in, what the needs are. And what I've been most proud under both of your leadership is how nimble and how quick and how with such speed and thoughtfulness we've been able to be intentional. And we're moving at a speed that we've never moved at before, and so many have laid the groundwork for us to be where we are now. But it's all with purpose. We're hearing that feedback and we're solving problems. We're taking action items.
You know what's amazing is how much previous board members and advisory council members and even the WIT office leadership, how they have helped lay the foundation that has enabled us to be able to be nimble and to pivot fast and understand the needs of the community. And I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, I think that what has impressed me most is over the journey of WIT, they continue to grow. And every leader brings something new to the table. And it is intentional, right? Even from knowing that girls lose their interest in STEM as they leave from middle school to high school and targeting them at the beginning. So the organization has always been very intentional, but the most impressive piece, as Betsy pointed out, is that we continue to grow. Every new leader brings a new flavor. And I think sometimes people assume that because you have the same leadership in place, that that's a good thing. I think sometimes that rotation and fresh idea and thinking is bringing new innovation to the table. And it's one of the reasons WIT has continued to grow, continue to attract new sponsors. I always consider WIT the place to be in Atlanta.
I agree.
Well, I think one of the other things when we talk about intention, we have always talked about from the classroom to the boardroom.
Yes.
We have a program for every single level within the classroom to the boardroom.
Of that journey.
Of that entire journey. And that woman can be a single mom. We've got the board readiness program. The program that's saying, you know what, we want you around that table. We want to be able to give you the tools to do it. We have everything from giving awareness to our young girls, to fostering the education and giving workshops and content and forums and networking and the ability to meet other women, all the way through. So our intentions have been very intentional. And the last thing that we've done to solve the problems is the great program that we are launching in January. When we begin to think of, we said we wanted to fill the pipeline, we're putting our money where our mouth is. We're going to build a program to have that pipeline come to reality.
Exactly.
And so I just believe that everything that we do that is intentional and thought through allows what Kenyatta said, the growth to continue to mature. And that's where we want to be.
And I want to go back to exactly right. Amen, sister. It's what Betsy said earlier was we listen. And I think that's important because it's not we build it and you will come. We're listening and building it to what our community says. And I was really so aware of that when we had our WIT Connect in 2020 during the pandemic, when we didn't know what in the world to expect. And we broke all records that year.
Amazing.
And then broke them again this year. But what that told me is what this organization means to the community that we serve. We serve the community well. So I think we should all be proud of that.
I agree.
Agree very much. So as we're sitting here on Giving Tuesday, and there's so many phenomenal organizations that people can donate to, not just WIT, but why do you feel, Betsy, that communities should really consider looking at WIT to donate not just dollars but also time?
I think it goes back, touching on what Vicki said. It's that, especially with the launch of our new program, we're going to have an opportunity not just for this small subset of the community of the women in technology. We're going to have an opportunity to change lives of everyone in our community here in Atlanta and in Georgia, but now nationally for these organizations. And so it really is now more than ever, in my opinion, a community organization and a community effort. And I am going to take a moment off script, by the way, not that we're on a script, but we are in our last, 10 minutes or so, and it really is the dollars from our donors that do what we do. I mean, it is. So I'm going to take a minute to ask for those that are watching, and I know some of my team is watching, so I'm going to challenge them as well. I will personally match in the next 12 minutes up to $1,000 of anybody that gives. So anything that comes in until we cut off for the day up to $1,000, I will personally match. So that's my passion and that's my call to the community because we change lives.
Well, you know what,
change
Betsy?
lives.
I'm going to join you in that.
Yes, sister.
I will do a match up to $1,000 to everybody who donates in the next 10 minutes.
So we're all agreeing to give $4 grand.
We're all agreeing to give $4 grand. That's what I'm saying. That's right.
So I want to see it start going up.
Let's go.
Let's see the ticker.
Let's see the ticker
I
make.
want to see it start going up. Hit refresh.
I don't think you hit refresh on that screen yet.
Let's go. Let's go. Yes. Yes.
Well, let me ask this question while we're waiting for the donations to come through. So as a reminder, there's a QR code at the bottom of your screen. All you need to do is just scan that and it'll immediately take you to the donation platform where you can easily, pay and donate to the different causes that we're talking about. But the one question I have for all of you, whoever wants to answer first, is, we talked about earlier about the issue we have with women, talent, in technology, where we have an issue with the pipeline. We don't have that talent. And we're not going to fix it for our generation, but we've got to look at how do we fix it at the tail end of our generation and for the next. So the programs that we're talking about are so important, especially when we talk about the new program we're launching in January. As you guys are leaders and you're looking for that talent, are you finding truly, it's not just hype, that there is a gap, that there is a shortage of women technology talent?
100%. Yes. 100%. Interestingly enough, just had a conversation with our recruiting team this morning, which I believe is watching, of why we don't have more females in our pipeline, right? And we're hiring, technologists, cloud architects, developers, project managers, and we just don't have anybody to pick from, right? So and we're not talking just in the United States. It's really a worldwide issue because we're recruiting from Latin America, from Belarus, and we still continue to struggle to find that pipeline. And I would just add that, in terms of our intention and our inclusion, obviously women are our target, but we are also very inclusive of men, right? So we all talk about having daughters, but I have a son as well, and I brought him to the WIT Connect event because I wanted him to see that he has a role, right? And we can't do this without men of this generation, of the future generation. And that, I think, going back to the intention, is we intentionally do that. Because in order to fix the pipeline, we have to meet the girls earlier in middle school before they get more interested in boys and themselves. And, luckily would happily have them do more robotics than be interested in boys. But also the boys, intersecting the boys at that point as well. Right, and I think our programs really cross over that. So, yes, the shortage is real, and part of this problem is to hit the girls earlier, but also to keep our boys and our men engaged as well.
It's interesting that you say that, and I'm glad you did. I have 2 grown men sons, and my husband works with an organization that focuses on mentoring young men. And we often talk about the fact that we don't have enough allies out there, for minorities. We just don't have enough allies making it happen. So not only do we not have enough women, we need allies for the women to say, yes, you belong here, but we also need allies for the men who get overlooked and they're not even in the mix, right? And that they don't have that opportunity. And as a mother, I know when I sit down with my sons, they say to me, I don't want to do that technology stuff you do. You work too hard. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. And the more I begin to share with them, you're already doing it. Do you pick up your phone? Do you use video? Do you do this? Do you do that? You're already making those things happen. So you can get engaged too. And my youngest son made the comment to me, but there's no place I can go to get what you give to those women. I don't have an opportunity to have that. So my husband and I have been very intentional of making sure that we provide that opportunity, but the women need to have support everywhere. Because if we can do it, we can pull the others up, right? Exactly. We can pull them all up and make that difference. So we do need those allies, and that's why the men that support WIT, more power to you, and keep supporting us because we need you. Without you, we can't make that difference.
Agreed. And that is one reason, that we launched our Build Her Up award, because we can't do this alone.
Agree.
We have to have our allies. We have to be partners because we need men and women to help solve the issue of diversity and inclusion of that diversity in the workforce and in everything that we do. It's absolutely necessary.
And building awareness, right? Because,
Exactly.
Yeah. Sometimes it's so, subconscious or unaware, and just shining that light on it, and you see the ahas go off, right? And then you see the change in action. So definitely very important.
I agree.
And I think the thing that we're doing now that's so great is in our STEAM world, IT is everywhere. It's in every kind of possibility. And I think what we're trying to share is, here are the possibilities of what jobs can be. This is what knowing data means. This is what UI, UX means. And I think that's when we can connect with more of the younger generation to say, it's kind of the cool stuff you do every day, right? It's not the coding always. And so I think that that's kind of what we're trying to do, is the possibilities.
Absolutely.
Really share the possibilities.
The art of the
possible. And when you talk about possibilities, I always talk about moving past your limits. Because a lot of times the limitations we have are those on ourselves. So that's why I double click on what you're saying around allyship, right? It is extremely important. I think, and I don't take for granted when I am addressing a team or just even my role at Cisco, being an African American woman leader in technology, a lot of people can't see themselves there. And I think that it's important to have advocates of, so that you can see yourself and you can see a role model, and for us to be open to helping to pull others up. And I think sometimes too, I do think that there is a gap of women, but I also think, and minorities in IT, but I also challenge each of the companies and individuals is, where are you looking? If you only go to the top tier schools and say, hey, there's not enough there, then do they have equity and access to get into those top tier schools? Because sometimes it may not be a top tier school. I graduated from the University of Southern Mississippi with a software engineer. There are some great programs that are producing great talent out there, and they have to sometimes be where their affordability is. And I think it's also where you're looking. Like if you only look at the top 5 and the big engineering schools, you may be missing out on an opportunity. And that does not mean that because you cannot find them, and there's nothing wrong with these top programs, but because you cannot find them at those top programs does not mean that they do not exist. There are Black women, there are all types of women who are pursuing those degrees at other programs.
And you know what, Kenyatta? The big thing you just said about not just those schools, we have to stop looking at titles only. We've got to educate over capabilities. It is about what you're capable of doing. Potential and capabilities. We cannot say every company doesn't have a title of the same level. So that's also something that we need our allies to help us with as we're moving forward, is to see that potential.
But do we even need to be looking at university degrees anymore?
We're going to be, we're changing the way we have to think going forward.
Right.
That's right. I see the
donations
donations going up. I did just want to make sure you note that, although we made personal recommendations, if you work for Cisco, we are also a matching donor, so you will trip. That's a double-double. So don't forget to match.
Absolutely. But Penny, I just wanted to add to that. That's if you're going to look at a silver lining of something like the pandemic, it is truly talk about equity and inclusion. It is going to bring technology to communities that are still 15, 20 years behind. I mean, I'm still under 40. Got a few months to go. And we had no technology. I grew up in a small town, an hour from Atlanta. We had no technology classes. We had keyboarding. Keyboarding was still what it was called. But think about all the underserved communities, the small towns, and they don't have to leave anymore to come to a larger city to work for those organizations. We can meet them where they are, wherever in the world they are. And it doesn't even have to be the younger generation. It can be stay-at-home moms. It can be military spouses. It can be folks that their career is, being replaced maybe by some technology.
The 2 million women who opted out.
They opt out, exactly. And why did they opt out? Because they needed a different, option out of their career. And now more than ever, the companies that are going to be willing to pivot and listen to what the candidates want and what the employees want are going to be the ones that are going to win that war way faster and innovate way faster than others.
I agree. And, the one thing that Patty and I talk about a lot is, we have so many companies that are looking for that diverse talent, but they are looking for the 3 to 5 years experience. They're looking for that degree, and they're going to keep looking for it. Because guess what? We have a pipeline issue and we have a talent issue. And so what we have to look at is hiring has to be different. We have to be different and look at the Single Mothers Program. We proved it. Right. And these mothers are successful because we were intentional about how we connected them with the companies. But here's the other thing. The HR departments and the hiring managers, they had to change.
Yes.
And they were willing to change as they worked with Patty to place these single mothers who didn't have the traditional resume or the traditional LinkedIn profile. And they took a chance. And look how much they are advancing and succeeding.
Such a perfect example.
And we gotta change. We gotta change how we interview. The whole process.
Well, we can't.
Has to be relooked at.
Exactly.
Completely agree. We can't solve the shortage labor issue by continuing to fish in the same pond.
Right. Exactly.
The pond
There's only so many fish in it.
Be broader, right? We're not going to create more fish if we keep going back to the same places.
Absolutely.
The 5 top universities, right?
Look, how many
look.
companies are building across the street from Georgia Tech? Georgia Tech can't graduate that many people. They just can't do it.
They can't accept that many people.
They can't accept it. They can't graduate.
Exactly.
So, exactly. These companies have got to start thinking differently.
Yes.
And everything's got to change. And how many companies have we talked to recently who are reaching out to WIT saying, I need to hire 3,000 people. And we're just like, okay. Because Because
we're
it's
on
one
it,
of
yeah.
30 that's saying the same thing right now, right?
But we're right at that right intersection, right? We as an organization are meeting the need because we're thinking differently.
Right.
Right, and we're looking at different innovative ways to provide that
Exactly.
top-notch talent.
I smell an
We're listening.
opportunity.
We're listening.
I smell an opportunity. Didn't Patty say we solve problems?
We do.
How can we educate these companies on what they need to do to respond differently in order to get the talent that they need? I smell some opportunities.
And that's
in
part
here.
of that whole program that we're launching in January. And I do have to go back to a point you made about the top schools, because you are 100% right. I met with one of the deans at Georgia Gwinnett College yesterday. And all day we talked about how all of these companies are going to the Georgia Techs, the UGAs, which is phenomenal.
And when they
And
look
they're
for
great,
African American
yeah.
Black, they go to Spelman, the
Right.
same,
You got it.
in the same space.
But
Same.
these
Over and over,
Georgia
yeah.
Southern, Kennesaw, Georgia Gwinnett College, they have incredible technology programs and incredible talent, diverse talent. And we cannot overlook that. So I am with you 100%.
We've got to completely rethink and help our companies rethink about
Yes.
hiring process, because
Absolutely.
the way it's going now is not going to ever solve anything.
No.
So
Yeah.
we're going to solve, one program at a time.
We're going to do
You are
it.
not lowering your standard. If you
Nope.
do that.
One program at a time. So, as we're getting near the end of this program, I just, want to thank you guys so much. It's been an honor. It's an honor to serve with you, first of all, because I love surrounding myself with people who are smarter than me, and obviously I have done that. But, we want to close out the event. We want to thank everyone who's participated today. Please, the donations have gone up. If you want to take a few more minutes and continue that, we're good. But thank you. We've got a lot to do, and I've got a good group of people to work with to do that.
100%. So we will keep the donations going until the end of the evening. So please continue to give. And I want to personally thank all of you two for being here. It's just such an honor, like you said, to work with you all, but it's also such an honor to work with you.
No,
You're such a great partner in everything that we do, and I cannot thank V-Link enough for allowing us to be in their beautiful studio. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank my team for all the incredible work they did to support us in this event. So Tiffany, who's in the studio with us now, thank you. Emily, who has also been a big part of this, and Jenna and Kendra, just everybody. We just cannot thank you enough. So we're going to close this event. Thank you all. Thank you for being here. But we're going to leave you with a little bit of music, because you know how we love our music. If you want to stay tuned and listen to Anthem Lights, they have a wonderful, wonderful music video that we're going to play for you. Thanks, and have a good evening.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA. Well, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, God bless America, land that I love. America, America, God shed His grace on thee. Stand beside her and guide her from sea to shining sea. I'm proud to be an American, or at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt doubt I love this land. And the rockets crackling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Hey, thanks so much for being here tonight. We are honored to be a part of this event. Women in technology have had a tremendous impact on our community, and your donations have not only helped create tons of free educational programs for women everywhere, but have helped improve the lives of single mothers.
The Single Mothers program that provides these deserving women with free cybersecurity education is only possible because of you.
Your donations have changed these women's lives. Just think about the impact you're having on their children. Because of your generosity, the world's a better place.
Please continue to help WIT so they can continue to keep their doors open and help make our community better and better every day. God bless you all.